Alrighty, so yesterday an awful lot of stuff came out from the Dawson camp in the Ashes of Creation fiasco. And it paints a drastically different story than the story Stephen Sharif has painted. Now, what has happened lately is Stephen Sharif will take any single event that looks or reads like a victory and he parades it around like it's this absolutely massive vindication. And the problem with that is there are still an awful lot of people in his community who, like, I see people making comments like, I would be willing to pay $100 a month for ashes. And that worries me because I take some of that as being facetious, but I also take some of it as there are people that don't know when they're being manipulated, taken advantage of, when they're in a parasocial relationship. And if you still believe Stephen Sharif at this point is the good guy, you're in a parasocial relationship with him. You have an external locus of control, and you've latched on to a very charismatic individual. But I think after today and the documents that Nafis covered yesterday, I'm going to cover the same documents today, but I cover differently than he does. I think some people are going to change their mind about Stephen. The really sad part about this is I am not taking Robert Dawson's side. I think Robert Dawson, because he surrounds himself with people the likes of Aaron Bartels, they named Aaron Bartels to be the interim CEO. The people you pick to take roles during vacancies speaks volumes about you. Aaron Bartels, we saw in the other filing, in the Stephen filing, Aaron Bartels talks about, well, we're getting rid of 10 people. They're the bottom performers. We don't know them shit. We've already paid them generously. We don't know them PTO. Well, that right there is, let's just throw the red flag. You do owe them PTO because PTO is wages. You owe them that. He is. Aaron Bartels makes a statement, in Robert Dawson's things. Aaron Douglas Bartels will tell us exactly what he thinks he is later in the video. So the first piece we're going to look at is the overall filing. And what I've done with the overall filing, because the overall filing is very much their counter to everything Stephen has said. In his motion, or afternoon to you too. In his motion for receiver, Stephen Sharif seeks the appointment of a receiver over Intrepid with full, equitable, and exclusive powers to assess or to possess, control, preserve, or sell the assets as necessary, operate and manage the business, conduct financial administration and accounting, litigate claims, and ensure legal and court compliance. A plaintiff's receiver motion is substantially and procedurally deficient and falls far short of making the necessary showing for the appointment of receiver of limited scope, let alone a receiver with the unbridled powers requested by plaintiff. Plaintiff cannot make such a showing because the appointment of a receiver is not necessary. You'll notice as I read through this one, the lawyer that is representing Robert Dawson is a much better lawyer than the one representing Stephen Sharif. Because I don't know how much whine and cry and bitch and moan Stephen has over his attorney, but that right there isn't I feel, or I'm the hero, or I'm the originator, or I'm the progenitor, or I'm the founder. That is literally just legal. we're not talking about feelings. We're not pointing on the doll where Stephen hurt us. We're saying it's factually deficient. In addition to being unjustified, the plaintiff's proposed receivership would be prohibitively expensive, cause irreparable harm to the defendants, and of course, plaintiff is not offering to fund it. As such, it would lead only to further fruitless dissipation of the assets of Intrepid Studios, and correspondingly TFE collateral. That is, look, you want a receiver, but you're a 4% share owner, and you're not offering to, you offered no funds for this, so stop trying to spend our money as a 5% shareholder. Knowing that his motion was procedurally and factually deficient, plaintiff sought to narrow his request by notice only on the eve of the deadline for filing. For the same reason set forth, plaintiff belated request for limited relief also fails. The lawsuit was initiated by plaintiff to contest the validity of the January 16th foreclosure. The first foreclosure was rescinded, and substantially all assets of Intrepid were returned. The appointment of a receiver is not necessary, and any legitimate concerns of the foreclosure process can be addressed by the appointment of a limited receiver tasked only with marshaling, preserving, and safeguarding Intrepid's collateral, monitoring Article 4 foreclosure process, and issuing a report to the court as to the propriety of the Article 9 foreclosure process. What they did here was they knew their man. They knew Stephen was going to throw a fit. And they let Stephen throw his fit. They let Stephen talk. They let Stephen run his mouth. And now they said he went all the way to the polar extreme. So now when we agree to have a limited receiver, we didn't want a receiver at all. So you went to the polar extreme. So now we compromise with, let's have a receiver that oversees the Article 9 safeguard foreclosure, which the judge already said. I think that's a good idea. So Stephen's whole temper tantrum ruined it for him. This is exactly what is being brought into the defendant's counter motion, which is being filed concurrently with this opposition. Defendant would be willing to fund such a limited receivership up to $65,000. There is significant overlap between the relief sought between the parties. Boom. Look, we acknowledge that there is some merit to what he's asking for. We're willing to fund the piece we find merit in. Judge, we're willing to compromise. He's the obstinate party. Where defendants do not follow plaintiff is the creation of receivership that amounts to roving commission tasked, among other things, with the investigating the validity of defendants' liens and start legal challenges against the defendants and non-parties, with authority permeates both plaintiff's motions and its 11th hour request for limited relief. Defendants do not agree to such broad scope. Look, we're not going to fund a receiver that can then sue us. It's basically, if I could apply a slightly different situation, this is kind of like when parents are getting divorced and the judge says, what I would really like to have happen in this situation is I would like both parents to agree that a guardian ad litem be appointed for the children. So now we've got mom's lawyer, dad's lawyer, and the kids have a lawyer, so that the kids' best interests are represented. Stephen wants a lawyer appointed for Intrepid Studios, thinking that it'll elongate the process. Robert Dawson says, I don't want a lawyer appointed for Intrepid's best interest because I own Intrepid. My desire for their interest is my best interest. Statements of fact. Intrepid is not operating. The company does not have revenue. Oh, this is how I understand it. From the very beginning, Stephen engaged in what all CEOs do. He secured resources and investors. Originally, he thought he could do it by leveraging his own personal capital and liability. This bought him a few years of confidently claiming he is the sole investor, since he was not leveraging the company itself, thereby creating a board. No, you have that completely wrong. Thank you for letting me know about the music. I'm partially deaf, so always correct the music volume for me. No, what Stephen did is, there is zero credible evidence that Stephen ever put any of his own money into the company. there is, other than $200, I can only find $200 that Steven put into the company. Steven said, I'm funding this company. He what he was doing is he had created a valuation. Steven had created a valuation of the company of about $1 billion. And so he was selling off shares of stock. He sold off 2 classes of shares of stock. The company was only created to have 10 million shares of common stock. He became more and more desperate, reaching out to friends and colleagues. This brought him a few more years, but development still crawled along. Finally, in extreme desperation, Steven was forced to leverage the company itself. No, Steven has been leveraging the company since 2017. So, Steven has been selling off chunks of the company since February of 2017. Development never made it. The investors were forced to wait too long, and Steven couldn't convince them to trust him and further invest and support the company. They finally pulled the plug because they lost all confidence. No. You have this whole... I don't know where you got that story, but everything you just typed is bullshit. That's not the story at all. At all. He was running a Ponzi scheme. He absolutely... Now that I have more information... He was absolutely running a Ponzi scheme. Steven saw this as a betrayal, telling himself we had a few more years, none of this would have exploded. I hate to say this, but as executive of many startups, I've seen this exact pattern. I've seen this pattern as well. The problem here is Steven lied from the very beginning. Steven lied from the absolute very beginning. He created capitalization tables in which he defrauded investors. You can't say I've invested $9.55 million into my company on a capitalization table unless you've legitimately put in $9.55 million into the company. You can't do that. If you ask me what PGN is worth, I'll say in cash value right now today, PGN is worth about $6,400. If you ask me what I've paid into PGN, I've paid in $10. I own all 10,000 shares of stock of my company. I paid $10 for them. But the company now has $6,400 in liquid currency. We run a cash-based business. I can't lie to you when I'm soliciting money from you. That's securities fraud. If I use email or a telephone, a text messaging to give you that information, that's wire fraud. If I accept electronic funds, that's wire fraud. So Steven is fucked a bunch of different ways. And I would imagine somebody at the San Diego District Attorney's Office has his name and these case numbers posted on a push pin on a board. I mean, they're busy fucking people. White collar crime, especially, and there is a victim in this, and the victim is the employees who ended up getting screwed and who didn't get their paychecks. I feel terrible that their class action suit attorney isn't doing anything. Like, there's a bunch of things the class action lawsuit attorney should be doing. They should have already filed a labor board lien on Intrepid and on TFE Games Holdings to ensure that they get first cut of any money, which would also block Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis from being able to bid their debt. Good morning over there in YouTube land. It's not to defend him, it's to understand how he can seriously claim he never lied to us. He lied to you from the very beginning. And then about 10 months ago now, when I did a video about the hidden investor, people told me I didn't know what I was talking about, and now lo and behold, I knew exactly what I was talking about. At the end of the day, that's the problem here. He promised us no board ever, yet he compromised his values. There was a board from the very beginning. I'm pissed there's no game, and I paid so much money to be able to access and play, as did many others. I mean, I'm always transparent. The definition of a word Steven Sharif doesn't seem to understand. I'm out between my account and my wife's account. I'm out about $2,000 between the $1,000 for the 2 packs and then the bits and bobs of cosmetics we bought over the couple of years. I'm out about $2,000. But my company made $33,000 from the times that I did Ashes 101. So I would have rather nobody lost all their money, but at the end of the day, I really can't complain because there's 700 tracks of music available copyright free because of the Ashes 101 show. Sadly, lawsuits like this are very common at this point. Investors will try to recoup some of the money. Steven was walking on dangerous tightrope, thinking he could get away with it. Same risk to be taken for certain, but you can never appear to betray your customers. Well, you can't betray your customers and you can't betray your shareholders. You can't betray your investors. There's where the fault is. If Steven had been honest, especially, there were a great number of people in 2017, 2018, 2019 who would have helped Steven for free. Steven has this hubris that he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Steven says clever shit like this. Cynicism is attractive because it asks nothing of the cynic. Building requires risk, sacrifice, judgment, and exposure to failure. The critic can be wrong forever without paying a price. The builder has to bleed in public. No, man, there is a price for cynicism. There is a price for cynicism, and that is being proven wrong. Like, what Steven doesn't understand is, I paid, as a content creator, I paid a very large price for going from fanboy white knight to cynic. I paid a very large price for that. But in the end, he says the critic can be wrong forever without paying a price. The critic can be right forever and still pay the price. I've been right for 3 years. I've been correct for 3 years. I was pointing out the flaws and the cracks in the armor. When I would say things like, the vertical slices that they're doing are suspicious because why are they doing vertical slices of things? And then we're seeing gray box presentation. Why is it when they scan over the top of a wall, everything's unrendered? Well, they weren't building a world and then showing you the showcases inside of the world. They were building curated showcases. They were building vertical slices. The staff will admit that Steven burned thousands of man hours every month preparing for the live streams. And then he never dedicated time to go back and button up those systems. So every single system that was ever showcased is left in tech debt. Steven was never rich to begin with. That is pretty evident at this point. And we'll see some of that if we get to his brother's stuff today. Steven's brother says he's been asking him for mail, asking him for money for like 10 years. Once a cynic is exposed as wrong for their cynicism, their reputation is damaged forever. People like Young Ye and others overhyped cyberpunk burn their reputation on it. Yeah, exactly. There is a price to pay to be a cynic. Even if the courts somehow find him favorable, he'll never be redeemed on our eyes because he can't even realize he made the choice to be deceptive. Because he was focused on something that, according to them, they never did. Marketing. Yeah. They did marketing nonstop. I've had many of my friends say I ditched these content creators for their over exaggerations about cyberpunk. So yeah, people do pay a price for that. Yeah. They do. Intrepid is not operating. The company does not have revenue. The board of director defendants are struggling to gain access and control of the collateral. Appointing a receiver with broad mandate in this case, including the ability to bring claims against non-parties, would cause irreparable financial harm to Intrepid and TFE's collateral. As set forth herein, such relief does not meet the standards required for the appointment of a receiver in the Ninth Circuit. From Intrepid's inception through approximately October 2025, the company operated with any formal board of directors or managers. See the FET Declaration, paragraph 5. During that entire period, Sharif and his husband were the only C-level officers, collectively serving as CEO, COO, CFO, and CTO. To my knowledge, from the company's inception on May 20th, 2015 through approximately October 2025, the company operated without any formal board of director or managers. During that entire period, over 10 years, Mr. Sharif and his husband, John Moore, were the only C-level officers, collectively serving as CEO, COO, CFO, and CTO. Okay, I know this is going to sound really nitpicky, but I wouldn't have said that. I would have said CEO and CFO. A company does not need to have a COO or a CTO. Those are not required positions, so I would not have listed them. Because what it adds is it adds minutia. The only positions you are required by law to have, or there's 3. You're required to have a chief executive. That is the person who has ultimate decision-making authority. They can be the CEO, they can be the president, they can be the director. My job title at my company is director. I think CEO is pretentious if you're a small company. You need to have a money person. Generally, you are called the CFO, the chief financial officer, but there's other titles you can use. And then you need to have a records keeper. Generally, you are called the secretary, but you can also be called the records keeper. Convertible line of credit promissory note pledged in security agreement. Robert Dawson and Intrepid Studios entered into the convertible line of credit in the amount of $8 million. See the note of line of credit attached. The line of credit note was secured by a pledge and security agreement dated March 23rd, 2022. Yeah, this is another problem. You have November 23rd, 2020 on the convertible note, but the convertible line of promissory note is dated November 23rd, 2022. This is, I said it when I covered Stevens documents. Don't ever backdate documents. It never benefits anybody. But here's an $8 million loan. If I look in the journal around November 23rd, 2020, I can see that there's no $8 million deposit. Oddly enough, when I look around March 23rd, I come up with a $5 million deposit on March 24th. So my first question, where's the other $3 million? Like, for those of you not familiar with accounting, somebody might say, oh, they might have spent the money. They might have had to put the money in another account to pay for like payroll or something. That may very well be. But when you take in $5 million as a positive, as a note payable, you also have to create a $5 million negative called a liability, because you get $5 million on your general ledger, because then you can spend it, but you have to create a negative because you have to account for this negative $5 million on your books. John Moore doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, John Moore does not have a bachelor's degree in accounting, and he is not a CPA. He is not a certified public accountant. But even if you had to take the other $3 million and immediately pay payroll or something, it still needs to hit your books as $8 million on a note payable, positive $8 million, $8 million as a liability, then $3 million transfer to the payroll company, because then it shows all $8 million in operating capital, off the general ledger, $8 million liability, $3 million outflow. So there's $3 million. Robert Dawson has probably looked at this and said, where the fuck is my other $3 million? Is that $162,000? No, that's $162,000 on that I don't even see 162 on the screen. They spent a total in DoorDash of 300 and some odd thousand, if I remember correctly. Their total in DoorDash in the time of the company existed was $307,000. Well, that's all meals. All meals over 9 years was $307,000. You're so right on so many levels. It was a big scam hidden behind gamers. It was a huge scam. It was a huge scam. Promissory note in the amount of $1.4 million. See the convertible note. As Exhibit C to the Dawson Declaration, the convertible note easily incorporated into the security agreement. Okay, so this is Stephen made a. Oh, wait, hold on. That's insane. Do these people not cook? Hold on. You might not be aware of some other piece of this. Stephen Sharif was using company money to pay a cook, to pay a professional chef to come to his house and cook breakfast, lunch, and dinner 5 days a week. The professional chef has said the chef would prepare a meal for Stephen in alignment with his medical condition. And then the chef would come in the next morning for breakfast and would find Popeyes and Taco Bell and all sorts of other DoorDash crap. And the food he had made for Stephen was uneaten. So, if you have any sympathy left for Stephen Sharif, he took your Kickstarter money, he took your monthly sales money, paid a private chef, and then didn't eat what the private chef cooked and ordered Popeyes. Stephen has made claims that the ledger was not valid. Now, if you've been around for the couple other videos and streams I've done lately about Ashes of Creation, you'll know that I balanced their ledger to the penny. And so Stephen's like, oh, that ledger is false. It's a misrepresentation. Well, it's a little odd that you would say it's a misrepresentation when certain things line up exactly. Now, this last column, right about here, ignore that column. That's my notes, because I rebuilt their ledger so I could speak about it intelligently. You'll notice, like, DoorDash says business meals. I classified them as 9501. 9 in my world is fraud, waste, and abuse. I counted all their business meals as excessive meals. You'll notice that they take a $520,000 loan from Robert Dawson, and then the same day they make a payment on Stephen's Cadillac. On the 54 separate notes, 49 of them required Intrepid to issue a warrant to Dawson for the purchase of Intrepid stock. Despite this requirement, Mr. Sharif delayed causing Intrepid to issue the warrant to purchase membership interests of Intrepid until July 14th, 2023. Furthermore, Mr. Sharif failed to cause Intrepid to issue warrants for all notes that were executed after July 14, 2023, despite Mr. Dawson's demands. These are all the loans Dawson issued to Intrepid. Now, when you start looking up these loans on the ledger, they're not there. Those first two, the 321 and the 330, there's dollar amounts, right? But not in the amount of what should be there. So if I go to 321 in the ledger, there's no large deposit at all. So where that $1.4 million went, who fucking knows? Yes, all of my music, all of PGN music is DMCA free. You can use my music in the games you're making. You just have to provide Creative Commons attribution. You can find everything on pgnmusic.com. The next date down, 3/30. So on 3/30, what I thought was interesting was you see a deposit, but you only see a deposit for $950,000. Well, it's supposed to be for 1.6 million. Where's the rest of the money? Because again, if Steven tries to give the bullshit nonsense answer of, oh, well, that money needed to be used to pay for payroll or something, but you still have to receive all of it onto the general ledger, create the liability for it, and then transfer it to the payroll company. I don't think Steven or John knew what the fuck they were doing, which is going to be really comical when the IRS comes along and says, you're going to jail. This is 58.8014% of the company. So I don't know what Steven... I don't understand his goal with his lawsuits here. Steven has sold in all of these promissory notes. He has sold off 58% of the company. Okay. Mr. Dawson never canceled or released the financing statement, so is still in effect. Op-ed piece right here. Yeah, so the loans came with percentages regardless if the loans were paid off or converted. No, the loans, that's a great question. The loans had debt to equity conversions. They had interest rates on them, and if they failed to be paid off, then they had equity conversions. But Robert Dawson knew what he was doing at this point, because if you've been asking me for money all this time and you're already defaulting on my earliest loans, the more loans I give you, the more equity I'm getting. Now, I talked about this previously, and what I said was, after the debt to equity conversion, the lien should have been discharged. So I said Dawson might not be in his position to be foreclosing on Intrepid. But then with this piece of information, it's pretty clear that Dawson can keep his position in lien order as long as he keeps even one lien unconverted. And given how many liens there are, I imagine that's what happened. He left one lien unconverted so that his lien position stayed where it was. Again, I've been told there's up to 1,300 more pages of evidentiary files, but the judge had set a hard limit on how much could be submitted at this time. On February 8th, Mr. Sharif provided Mr. Dawson and other investors with projected monthly cash flow models for 2021 and 2022. These projections were material representations upon which Mr. Dawson relied in making continued investments. The 2021 financial projections represented Intrepid would generate $18 million in gross revenues in 2021 and showed in 2022 they would generate $526 million. And that's these things, but they're the wrong. I don't have the 2021 one. I have 2022 and 2023. I also want to say outright, anybody who is looking at a September 15th, 2021 document making decisions on 2023 projections doesn't deserve to have $80 million to throw around. You don't accept over a year old projections. These are wags. These are wild ass guesses. Ashes of Creation did not launch in April of 2022, and in hindsight, never could have launched on that time frame In the FET declaration, paragraph 7 and 8, the revenue projected in these models never materialized, not in 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024, and not in 2025. Mr. Sharif has made many requests for additional capital to me personally and often used dates and revenue projections that never materialized. Specifically on May 31st, Mr. Sharif made specific material revenue projections to me via text message. He said that the Alpha 2 launch was August 2024 and that it would generate between $24 and $45 million within 2 months of Alpha 2's launch. He further represented that our burn is 2.8. Our margin on that revenue is like 88 to 90%. Server overhead is the only real cog. Server overhead? Motherfucker. What about those 200 people that you keep going on and on and on about? What do you mean your margin is 88%? First of all, why did anybody see him say that and not, like, I would have fired your ass if you said that. If I was on the board of directors and if something so stupid came out of your mouth and you said the margin on that revenue is 88 to 90%, server overhead is the only real cog, I'd say, what about payroll? Payroll is your biggest fucking cost. The cost of your labor is the biggest cost in almost every business. Common fucking sense. Yes. You're gonna be like, we make $100 million, but we pay $42 million a year in payroll. So because what did he say at that time? We had 200 employees, right? So you're looking at a bare minimum of 24 million a year in payroll. 200 employees, a bare minimum of 24 million in payroll. It's going to be more than that, but I don't want to do math without my coffee. You're looking at 24 million. So if you're only going to make 24 million in 2 months, your margin on that money is zero. And now when you add in server overhead, you're still operating at a loss. You're just operating at a smaller loss. These projections were material false. These projections were materially fucking monkey shit. Alpha 2 did not launch until the end of 2025. The 24 to 45 million in revenue never materialized. Mr. Sharif engaged in a pattern of inducement by making false launch date representations and providing false budgets to convince investors and debt holders to continue funding the company. Based on my review of the available books and records, new investor capital was also used in ways to repay earlier related party loans to Mr. Sharif's family members and friends, while Mr. Sharif simultaneously extracted over 10 million in personal transfers from company funds. The game has never fully commercially launched despite approximately 120 million in total capital. 120 million in total capital. And yet, their books reflect 120 million in total capital paid in. And yet they list 2.5 million in liabilities. But $124 million in notes payable. But this ledger is fake, right? This ledger is a document that has been created to discredit Steven. It's really hard to fake a ledger and have all the numbers come up basically the same. Now, when I put up this one, and why is it over 120 million? It's because their books are so shit that they have their payroll protection loan counted as a standard note payable, and because John or Steven or whoever the fuck managed their QuickBooks doesn't know when you take in a note payable, which a payroll protection plan is a note payable, the reason why you put in a payroll protection plan as a note payable with an identical matching line item for liability is because when the government forgives all or some of your note payable, then you add another positive line against the liability. It says payroll protection plan forgiveness, a positive number, that counts as revenue. Well, the way they have it, the way they have it would be easy for the IRS to look at it and say, you counted it as notes payable, but you don't have a liability for it. So yeah, we're going to count that as revenue. The reason why you match it against the liability is because then your company doesn't look like it took in $122 million. It looks like it has $122 million in debt. The payroll protection plan one especially, because yeah, if I have loans forgiven, then I get tagged with income. But if I wipe away a liability, then -7 + 7 is 0 and my books look good. I would love to see their tax records. I would love to see their 1120s from 2017 to 2024. I would be a kid in a fucking candy store if I had their tax forms. You have no idea. I'd be happier than a pig in shit if I had their tax forms. Hey, I have a quick question. Let me know when you have a second. How much cash begins coming in with Alpha Launch? Between 24 and 45 million within 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, then after could be another 16 to 24 million over 6 months from Alpha Launch. Oh, I know the IRS is looking at them. I can tell you with 100% certainty the IRS is looking into Intrepid Studios, Stephen Sharif, and John Moore. 100% certainty. Because I wrapped it up in a fucking bow and I put it on their desk for them. Right here. If anybody ever gives you an answer that looks like this, and you don't challenge them on that, you're an idiot. Where did you get these numbers? Where did you get these numbers from? Where did you get 24 to 45 million? First of all, 24 to 45 million is a fucking range and a half. Steven's just making up numbers here. T- 24 to 45 million. Okay. 24 million divided by 50. You thought, you literally thought there was a chance in hell of you selling 480,000 copies, clearing $50? Because remember, you're on Steam, so you owe Steam 30% of the first 10 million, 25% of the next 20 million, and then 20% from that point forward. And then there's some people that are like, well, you don't know if Steven was able to negotiate. Shut the fuck up. Intrepid Studios wasn't bringing like a Square Enix library of 30 games to Steam where they could negotiate better terms. People are actually believing that they were going to sell 480,000 copies. 900,000 copies to have 45 million. And then what's your profit? Our burn is our burn is 2.8. Our revenue is this. Cost of goods sold. Our burn is 2.8. The margin on that is 80 to 89%. Server overhead is the really only cost of goods sold. What? It's a digital product, so your labor is your cost of goods sold. Do you have an updated deck with the new dates? I have forecasts for a launch and forecast assumption sheets. Our Alpha 2 launch date is August 23rd. I'll forecast the forecasts to you. I'll forward the forecasts. Can you forward the last version of your deck as well? Yes. I have a $4 billion family I want to pitch. They are very sophisticated, so need to have everything dotted and crossed. Sending now. That's kind of what evidence does when false claims are made and evidence to contrary arises. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the big problem. Steven said that there were no investors. No wonder why the fucking game was failing. When you say you have no investors, a person like me is going to assume that that means all the CEO time that is normally taken up building projection decks, courting investors. You said you were funding this yourself, which means I know as a person watching my mentor work all day as the chief director and then washing his face, doing his hair, putting on a suit, going in, whining and dining clients because they want to meet the guy. Like, that makes for long days. Steven's like, oh, I'm working tirelessly 14, 16-hour days. No, you're working tirelessly to court billion-dollar families so that your Scrooge McDuck vault gets bigger, so there's more money for you to shove in your pockets. No wonder why the game was never getting done. You were too busy doing all the other shit other than building the game. Mr. Sharif sent a spreadsheet showing financial transactions to me and Mr. Bartels, asking for help with these accounting transactions for an audit that Mr. Ogden was facilitating for the company. These figures reveal co-mingling of personal and business funds. That's the sound of the police showing up. Despite repeated requests, Mr. Sharif was unable to present corroboration that any of these payments constituted valid business expenses. All these transactions were recorded by an accountant hired by Mr. Sharif and managed by Mr. Sharif and his husband, John Moore. There was no board in place and no independent financial controls during this period. This is Ryan Ogden. I was brought into the company as employee in October of 2024, and from that point forward, I worked to improve the financial reporting and transparency. My efforts were challenged nearly every step by Mr. Sharif. When I was first hired, I coordinated with Mr. Sharif and flew to the office to meet with the team. When I got there, I was not allowed inside the office. I was walled off from the other employees. Wasn't the SOE dude supposed to build the game? No, the creative director of the game is kind of really important person for building the game. When the creative director doesn't lay down approval processes to the team leads and is a micromanager, you kind of have to have his buy-in. I now know this was because Mr. Sharif did not want anyone to know there were other investors or decision makers involved in the company. I was asked to guide the company through an independent financial audit. Despite working for several months and substantiating everything to the auditor's satisfaction, we were never able to complete the audit because Mr. Sharif refused to give accounting of personal funds that he and Mr. Moore had taken out of the company. Mr. Sharif did everything that he could to prevent me from gaining access to the company's systems, information, and employees. Access to the Intrepid books and records required multiple requests and diligent follow-up, and it took months before I had access to the basic financial information such as accounting records, bank accounts, payroll data, tax returns, and email. This pattern of hiding information and refusing me access to the system continued throughout my tenure with the company. So Ogden's bad records in QuickBooks could legitimately just have been having a I'm gonna address that one. And it's possible that Ryan Ogden was using QuickBooks and moving them off of QuickBooks, because Ryan, in a later statement, and we'll get there, he talks about how QuickBooks is good for small businesses, but as you start to get larger and larger, QuickBooks is an insufficient product for dealing with multiple accounting lines, and that is true. He might have been classifying everything as accounts payable, and then had another program he was using to do the deep dive, but I don't know. If he was doing that, then he was doing it right. If he was just labeling everything as accounts payable with no sub-accounting code, then it was dog shit. But again, now that I have this information, it seems like he was only able to keep emptying the boat with a thimble because he was trying to stop him from floundering. The board subsequently directed Ms. Fett to ask Aram and Associates to benchmark industry standard CEO compensation. The benchmark came back at $250,000 to $400,000 with a 2 to 3% equity kicker and exit bonus. Mr. Sharif self-authorized compensation represented a direct misappropriation of investor capital and breached his duty of loyalty to the company. Mr. Sharif and Mr. Moore unilaterally raised Mr. Moore's salary to $480,000 per year and raised Mr. Sharif's salary to $480,000 per year. You know why that's really ironic? That's really quite comical. Because according to Steven, I don't take a salary. I don't take a salary. I don't take a salary. Mr. Ogden, oh, what a petty way to try and get back at people. Oh, you're going to make me dilute my equity from an agreement I made? Well, now I'm going to pay myself $200K more now. Right. That is unacceptable and crazy. Here's what's unacceptable and crazy. When Caspian did this at Soulbound Studios for Chronicles of Illyria, nearly the entire community got the pitchforks and the tar and the feather and the rope out. But Stephen Sharif has managed to use his charisma to develop parasocial relationships with so many of his community members. They think it's okay that he raised his salary to almost $500,000 a year when he was a creative director who only one of these two is accurate. Has either never delivered a product or has delivered a product that failed and is failing to deliver his second product. What a petty way to try to get back at people. Yeah, like, you bankrupted the company. Oh, and what a petty way to fuck over all your other employees. He had to change up before the investors started paying attention to the books. He would just take it from the company. Now he needed money, so he had to come from salary. Right. And don't forget that when I covered the ledger before, Steven was paying himself as a subcontractor, which you literally cannot do as the CEO of the company, because a CEO cannot function as an independent contractor to the company, because how the fuck are you independent to the company that you own? Yeah, you've missed a lot of big things. Gave himself a raise, but was always begging to make payroll. Right, exactly. 100%. Mr. Ogden, as CFO, requested full access to Gusto, the company's payroll and independent contractor payment system. Mr. Sharif provided Ogden with access to payroll, but deliberately withheld other modules. The capital loaned to and invested in, and the company was provided for the purpose of developing and launching. Ryan, please send me the routing account numbers and verify account name for Pathway so that I can change the Augusta default bank information. There is a true up tax withdrawal that is expected to hit tonight, I believe for about $20K. What is the issue with getting me access to the financial side of Gusto? You have full admin access. I sent the above screenshots showing your account has permission. What's the issue with me sending the above info? The issue is Rob wants me handling the finance side of things. What does that have to do with me updating the bank info? Banking is a finance activity. I know you understand this. Let's do a call with Rob and get on the same page. I just tried to call him. LOL, no answer. Feels like we aren't playing on the same team. Unsure why. Here's why. I don't want you to have the routing information and the checking account number because you're the CEO, and therefore it's completely lawful for you to access all the accounts. I'm the CFO. I don't want your grubby little mitts in this new account we're setting up to isolate your grubby mitts motherfucking having hands from the company money. See, when you have a CEO that's doing the CFO's work, that stinks to high heaven. The CEO shouldn't be doing the CFO's job. The CFO should be doing the CFO's job. The CEO should be getting Ryan access to the systems so Ryan can do his job. Mr. Sharif deployed the capital in ways that were inconsistent with and at times directly contrary to the representations he made to induce these various investments to fund the company's operation and mission critical prerogatives. Funds that were represented as necessary for game development, payroll, and operational expenses were instead diverted from their originally intended use and used to sustain Mr. Sharif's personal lifestyle, fund unauthorized expenditures, and support a corporate structure designed to insulate Mr. Sharif from accountability rather than advance the company's business objectives. Mr. Sharif's original $14 million projection to finish the game ballooned to $100 million. With no completed product to show for it. In substantial part because of the systematic diversion of company resources for non-business purposes. The totality of Mr. Sharif's financial misappropriations, personal expenses on company accounts, unauthorized compensation increases, diversion of revenue, misuse of investor capital, and self-dealing through document manipulation demonstrates a pattern of conduct that is fundamentally incompatible with his current position before this court as a fiduciary seeking equitable relief. Not only that, that right there is Rob Dawson making sure that his lawyer has included verbiage that can go right to the San Diego state's attorney. All of those things are crimes. Not all of them. Misuse of investor capital, SEC violation. Self-dealing, IRS violation. Document manipulation, criminal fraud, money missing, theft. Robert Dawson's not fucking around. Man, he never expected people like you doing forensic research into what he was doing. I think he was under the impression he was going to party his way through this, get tons of money, and dismiss all concerns from the board once they saw money coming in. Yeah, that's what I think Steven truly believed in his heart of hearts, that it wasn't that hard to make a video game. He would make a $1 billion blockbuster. Money would start flowing from the chandeliers, and everybody would be happy. Among the misrepresentations Mr. Sharif made to induce continued investments was a purported deal with Riot Games, the developer of League of Legends, and one of the largest gaming companies in the world. Sharif represented Riot Games that expressed significant interest in strategic relations. Upon information and belief, the terms and nature of this deal were materially overstated or fabricated, and no binding agreement or significantly commercial relationship with Riot Games ever materialized. I wonder if that's why Steven Sharif blacked out the middle three lines from Riot Games. And you know Riot Games isn't going to be fucking happy if they get called in to start testifying. They're not going to be happy about that. Mr. Sharif also made misrepresentations to the public regarding how Intrepid was funded. In numerous YouTube videos and public statements, Mr. Sharif held himself out as having funded the company with his own money. This, of course, was false. The company received approximately $125 million in total capital from outside investors, with $78 million in principal from Mr. Dawson. Mr. Sharif stated he and John Moore invested $5 million and $1.3 million respectively. He only claims to have personally guaranteed certain portions of the company. Yeah. He thought he was Steve Jobs or Elizabeth Holmes. Yeah, he thought he was Mark Zuckerberg and he was gonna make billions. He refused to execute contracts for Intrepid despite accepting loans for note holders. This is a big one. This is securities fraud. What is the, I'm just looking for a link. This is the Dawson file that Dawson filed yesterday or late the night before. So these are all the records pulled down from it. In January 2026, when Mr. Sharif was unable to obtain equity terms he demanded as a condition of continuing on as CEO, he did not resign gracefully or act in the company's interest. I just want to say this to Rob Dawson. If you need a CEO, as long as you pay all the back employees, you can hire me. I'll be the CEO. I'll get that shit running for you. Just because I want the employees to be able to get paid. I'll get this shit running for you. No problem. I'm bored. Just because that would kill Steven. It would fucking kill Steven. Steven would fucking take a bath with his toaster. All Robert Dawson would have to do is name me CEO and creative director, and Steven would go away permanently. In January 2026, when Mr. Sharif was unable to obtain equity terms he demanded on a condition of continuing as CEO, he did not resign gracefully or act in the company's interest. He notified Commerce West Bank of the foreclosure proceedings, knowing that Commerce West Bank would immediately commence seizing the company's funds. The board had always intended to honor Commerce West Bank's loan and had deliberately delayed formal notice to Commerce Bank to preserve the company's ability to make payroll for its employees. Okay. I'm just going to focus on this piece. I'm sorry, guys. You look really bad as a board for doing this. We always intended to honor the loan. Then you have to notify them. And you bring them into the conversation. Because all they give a shit about is where we're getting our $6 million. But if you're going to take that $6 million and make payroll, then how the hell is the bank getting their money? This is the only thing I've seen so far is, yeah, Dawson versus Sharif gives me, that's what I'm citing from. This is Dawson's response to Sharif's federal case. This right here was a pretty big fuck up to say. You can't say to a more senior creditor, we had every intention of telling you when we've already moved the asset. For those of you that aren't familiar with Article 9 foreclosures, creditors can bid their debt, which is why Commerce West Bank would need to know of this, because they're going to say, we're in senior position. We don't want the product. We don't want art assets. We don't want a company. We don't want furniture. We don't want computers. We want $1.3 million or $6 million, depending on, because their house thing is so fucked up. We want our money. We don't want assets. But nobody's getting anything until we get ours. So Dawson, while he could bid his debt, he can't jump a creditor. So he would have had to write a check to the other people. I think it's funny he was paying himself so much and never paid off his house. The commerce loan was wrapped in the house. Steven dropped the dime so he wouldn't lose it. Yeah, but he's still now at risk of losing it. Because the house is fucked up. The Pathway Bank was the second lender on the house. I don't think they got paid off. The board restructuring plan that was contemplated as early as October 2025 called for the reduction of approximately 100 employees to be carried out in stages. All right. So here is the next problem. If the board restructuring plan was contemplated in early 2025 and it called for the reduction of approximately 100 employees, you needed to do your warn notice then. Like you just admitted in writing. Like this is where I'm saying the class action attorney for those employees needs to put the fucking donut down and grab this and file to say you literally admitted in your own filing that you violated Warrant. If you had a plan in October of 2025 that called for the reduction of 100 employees, you knowingly and willfully violated Warrant all the way back in October of 2025. The class action lawsuit attorney needs to go to the California Labor Board, get a labor lien, and that labor lien will go directly under the Small Business Administrations. It would actually jump Karen Boyanko, Jason Karamanis, and Robert Dawson, because California specifically. Let's be honest, there should have been a Warrant Act warning every payroll. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because the Warrant Act says you do not have to give a Warrant Act if you have a bona fide agreement in place that is going to cover payroll. And Robert Dawson was covering payroll. Now that we see Dawson's side of it, Dawson wasn't holding out payroll the way Steven said he was. Yeah, I think Dawson is pretty much accepted the fact they're going to get hammered on the Warrant Act violations, so they're going to not fight them. They understand they're screwed to the tune of $11.3 million. That's kind of what I got to in my own line of thought. They know they're fucked. They know they're fucked, so they might as well not lie about it. Claim ignorance. Claim ignorance. Yeah, we talked about it in October. We talked to a lawyer on December 27th. The lawyer told us we weren't in violation. Our human resource person then told us on this date that we were. This is the date we found out we were in violation. Either way, I think their total liability on their Warrant Act is about $11.3 million, but that's all of it. That's Warrant, that's payroll, that's PTO, that's benefits. The board, Dawson, and all the shareholders, they might be hemmed for $11.3 million. The board restructuring plan called for reduction of 100 employees. The phased approach was designed to minimize disruption and treat departing employees with dignity. Mr. Sharif's persistent insubordination and constant postponement of the layoffs, which she delayed from the originally planned timeline through repeated objections and counter proposals, reduced the planned reduction to only 10 employees. Each week, a delay cost the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr. Sharif's refusal to execute board restructuring plan on a timely basis caused continuing and compounding financial harm to the company and the employees. Liability is a percentage, though. I mean, Steven runs the company to the ground and the board steps into landmines. Liability is not a percentage, though. The board controls the CEO. When you have a board, and we haven't seen the board governance documents yet, but if you have a CEO that's running amok, the board should convene and remove the CEO. This company is a textbook setup, though, of fuckery. When your CEO holds all the master passwords, then the board has no power. There is the exception where, when it comes to the Warrant Act, that the board members themselves are the de facto employers. I think that's what's going to happen in this case. Do you think that this guy thinks that getting someone to invest in their company is the same as a personal loan? He thinks he is personally putting the money into the company. I think Stephen Sharif is so poorly educated on business finance that he doesn't understand in a C corporation is a legal entity in its own right in the eyes of the law, and its wallet is not your wallet. So you cannot take money out of the C Corp's wallet without paperwork, without reason, without rationale. Like, if you're running a sole proprietorship, your money is their money is your money. You're running a limited liability company. Your money is their money is your money, except certain things are listed as owned by the LLC in case of lawsuit. But a C corporation, like, let's say worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario. I'm driving down the road and all of my personal credit cards get locked. I'm driving down to Florida, right? And all my personal credit cards get locked and I need gas. So I try my Discover, I try my Visa, I try my Darth Vader Visa, none of them work. I try my corporate card and it goes through. All I have to do at that point is send myself a text message, or it would be better if I sent myself an email. Memo for record. On May 9th at 11:59 Central Time, I was in an area where all three of my personal credit cards didn't work. I used the corporate credit card in order to put gas in my vehicle. I have the receipt. The total was this. This is my official IOU from myself as a person to my company. Then when I get back to my computer, I do up a memo that says, you know, it's stupid as this sounds, but I do up the memo that says to myself, for the official record, your corporate credit card should only be used for corporate purposes. Next paragraph. However, we recognize that the corporation takes care of its own. Therefore, as long as you make the payment back to the company within 7 to 14 days, no harm, no foul. Right? Because I document it and I admonish myself, and then I pay myself back. Because it's a C corporation. That way, when the IRS comes along, if they ever come along and they audit me and they're like, what's this $59 at a Shell gas station? Oh, yeah, hold on. I have a memo for that. I pull it out. They'll look at the memo. They'll be like, good work, young man. The problem is Steven wasn't paying back the company. They weren't even documenting out what the money was for. Like, as I said, for those of you that are new to my show, I'm always transparent with where the money goes. I used to run... I have a sub company called PGN Education. On the rare occasion I get asked to speak at a speaking engagement, well, I bill out through PGN Education. That's me. That's not community money. That's me. I still put it in the company, but usually there's like a travel cost and a gas cost and if I have to stay in a hotel room, all that shit, right? That the company pays for all that. The leftover goes into the bank account. It's just to keep it neat and clean. Let's see. There is talk in there where Steven needs to convert to C-corp. So no, it was a C-corp. The company was a C-corp. At one point, GigaBear took their company away from them. So John Moore quickly scrambled to create Intrepid Studios LLC. And then as soon as GigaBear released Intrepid Studios Inc., they resecured it, and then they closed Intrepid Studios LLC. I mean, he had to know because he knew enough that he had to pay himself through the company. Well, yeah, but then in years he paid himself as a contractor. which anybody that knows anything knows the C-suite level people can't pay themselves as subcontractors. He paid himself as a subcontractor. It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. You cannot subcontract to your own company. You can subcontract out your own company to your company, but not you. Like, if I had a separate company entirely, I could go do CPI work over there for them. That's how I build my time out. I don't know, in the text message of Jason saying they needed to convert to a C-corp. They already were a C-corp. I'm 100% sure they were a C-corp. Like, 100%. Like, absolutely 100%. That's how they started. I'm just gonna have to grab it clean. Thought I had it. I guess I don't have it. California Corp search. So, they've been a... Intrepid Studios has been a C corporation since before Jason Karamanis was involved with them. There is their ARTS-GS general stock. Intrepid Studios Incorporated, filed on May 20th, 2015. Later on in that same document is this corporation is authorized to issue only one classification of stock. They are authorized to issue 10 million shares of stock. So. I have to scroll back through about 100 of these. Okay. You have all the receipts. What do they do to piss you off? Oh, okay. So what they did to piss me off. Number one, they lied to me. I don't like being lied to. Number two, after I fucked off and stopped covering ashes, I only came back to cover ashes at each testing interval because I built my whole community around ashes of creation. That's cool. Just in the exhibits, you will see the conversation. Okay. Mega Johnny, let me help you out with something. Just because Jason Karamanis says it doesn't make it right. I just fucking literally showed you the goddamn document from the state of California. I don't know what the fuck else I can show you to tell you Jason's fucking wrong and the company has always been a C Corp in the state of California. Because out of LLCs, sole proprietorships, DBAs, S Corps, and C Corps, only C Corps can issue shares of stock. Other companies can issue shares of ownership, but only C Corps can issue shares of stock. When you see a document, okay, when you see a document called corporation, only a C Corp can have Inc. or incorporated in its name. No other business can have Inc. or incorporated other than a C corporation. Only a limited liability corporation can have LLC. So that's cool. I don't give a fuck what the exhibits show. I give a fuck what reality is. I don't know what else to say to you. Like, it's a public document. They've always been a C corporation. Now, as I said, there was a period of time where GigaBear had taken their company out from underneath them, and they created Intrepid Studios LLC in November 2024. That's when he took it. And then they panicked. Had GigaBear not given back the company, or had somebody like me taken the company, they would have been in a shit ton of trouble, because I would have sent them a C&D and said, get the fuck off of my name, go get a new EIN, because I need to get an EIN, and you're in my way. And then when Steven was like, well, blah, blah, I would have been like, Intrepid Studios is the Intrepid class of Voyager, and it's a music studio now in California. Get fucked. Go away. Mr. Sharif has alleged that what they did, so they lied to me, and then Steven called me a jackass. Then Steven said I was masquerading the truth. I don't masquerade the truth. I only present facts, and the couple of times during the slide deck you've seen where it says op-ed, I always make sure to foot stomp when I'm giving an opinion. I don't give opinions as facts. Yeah, he put in Discord that I was masquerading the truth. And that really pissed me off. That really, really pissed me off. And he's got his head so far up his own ass. Because he thinks that he did nothing wrong. You're welcome. I dig into things. Mr. Sharif has alleged that following the December 15th board meeting, Mr. Dawson confronted him into a physically intimidating manner and coerced him to sign documents. This allegation is false. Now, Dawson makes a comment about this, and Fett makes a comment about this. I didn't put Dawson's in because I'm not really interested in he said, she said. Like, I'm not interested in he said, she said bullshit. I'm interested in an impartial witness. Mr. Dawson never touched Mr. Sharif, never coerced him, never physically menaced him in any way. Following the December 15th board meeting, Mr. Dawson did not speak with Mr. Sharif. Indeed, the board had been attempting over an extended period to obtain information, execute governance decisions, and address the company's dire financial condition, and had been systematically obstructed by Mr. Sharif at seemingly every turn. The documents presented to Mr. Sharif reflected decisions that had been discussed and made at board meetings in which Mr. Sharif participated. The request that he execute signature pages for decisions already made by the board was a routine governance request. This is a very routine governance request for those of you that aren't familiar with business. I had signatory authority for my mentor because my mentor wasn't always available, but I knew how he wanted things to go. So it's very common that you have a board meeting and then it's like, hey, I'm here proxy for him. I'm also signing proxy for him. So when I sign Jalan for this person. Or you can sign it that person's name by in your name, depending on how you have it set up. I have personal knowledge of Mr. Dawson's conduct. I've never witnessed Mr. Dawson engage in any act of violence, threaten or physical harm, or any physical act of aggression towards Mr. Sharif or any other person. Mr. Dawson demonstrated patience throughout the years of broken promises, missed milestones, and escalating financial loss. On December 15th, I witnessed unusual behavior by Rob Dawson towards Mr. Sharif. That day, Mr. Sharif and the board held all-day in-person meeting at Intrepid Studio. It's great that you can't even fucking at Intrepid Studios. I entered the conference room once the meeting ended and saw Mr. Sharif and Mr. Dawson alone in the room, huddled very close to each other while Mr. Dawson pointed at documents. I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time. and I later understood from Mr. Sharif that it was an intense interaction that he believed was meant to intimidate him. I entered the conference room once the meeting ended and saw Mr. Sharif and Mr. Dawson alone in the room, huddled very close to each other while Mr. Dawson pointed at documents. I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time. Hold on. Sign here, sign here. Is there anything unusual about this activity? If I'm standing here, like you're seated and I'm standing and I'm pointing where you, is there something inherently unusual about this? Like here, 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 like I'm pointing where you need to sign? Like, Steven wasn't happy with being an indie studio. He wanted the appearance of being a AAA studio. I agree with you there. I don't understand where this idea of they were huddled very close to each other while Dawson pointed at documents. And I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time. Look, man, I think you're fucking lying, Mr. Brian Langford. I don't think it's kind of unusual because I've done this exact thing probably over 100 times in my life. Doing business deals, sign here, sign here, sign, because if they don't know where to sign and you don't have a bunch of sign here tabs, here, here, here. I mean, you could do it up from across the table, but most conference room tables are wider than you can point across. So you would generally be next to somebody. I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time. You found the close proximity of two people because one is pointing to documents. I later understood from Mr. Sharif, objection hearsay. Objection hearsay. I'm gonna kill that stuffed animal. It's okay. I have a backup. I have a spare. The Article 9 sale has not been set. Steven's big thing was, I need to act quickly because they're gonna sell the company out from underneath me. I don't see that happening because right now they don't have an Article 9 sale set. Oh. Due to Mr. Sharif's continued insubordination, the company became increasingly unable to meet its financial obligations and was forced to make difficult business decisions. Steven wanted to delay until after the DICE conference to let people go. All of this, Robert Dawson and his team was limited to how many pages they could submit. All of this is very well written. I am not a lawyer. My background is I was a pre-law student before I became a teacher. I just went a different route at the last minute. I really respect the lawyer who did this though, where Steven's entire filing is all like, I'm the originator, I'm the progenitor, I'm the founder. They're stealing my life's work. They intimidated me. Dawson's people actually have a whole section on the legal argument because that's what judges want. Judges want, they give me the precedent, give me the case law, give me the, don't give me like your asshole hurts where you are claiming you've been fucked. Tell me what the case law says. So they went through the case law and they said, these are all the relevant cases and none of these apply because he's a 5% shareholder. Like they used a good third of their filing on legal argument. Like, holy shit. There is no imminent danger to the collateral and the plaintiff cannot establish a likelihood of success on the merits. Plaintiff has not shown fraudulent conduct by the defendants. The balance of equities weighs against a receiver's appointment and plaintiff has unclean hands. You treated Intrepid's bank account like your personal piggy bank, and now you want a receiver. The law isn't about justice, it's about precedent. That is 100% correct. The courtroom isn't about the way the law was written. The courtroom is about the way the last judge ruled. Why am I standing over that stuffed animal so menacingly? I wasn't. Also, any document packet that doesn't have sign here isn't taking the stop. That's bullshit. Yes, they are. I don't know how many places you've been a C-level officer at. I've been at a lot of places as a C-level or a temporary C-level, and I quite often get shit that doesn't have sign here documents. So, or sign here stickers. So, don't know what to tell you. Putting a sign here sticker on something is generally code for you're calling the other person an idiot, or you're letting them know it's a form they don't see often. Absolutely not. Presentation is everything. Okay. No offense. Do me a favor. Between your name and your icon, I'm not going to take you seriously, period. So, do me just a favor. Pipe down, or I'll just pipe you down. Okay, well, I piped you down. It's that simple. I don't know why people don't fucking figure things out. Like, I'm not gonna put a sign here on every single thing I ever send up to my boss. I'm not gonna call my boss an idiot. I'm gonna put a sign here on it when it's something my boss is used to signing at the bottom. I'm gonna put a red X on that, and I'm gonna put the sign here thing because I need him to sign in the middle box this time. Conclusion. No, I don't ban people based on their icons. But your icon automatically means you're not getting 3 strikes. So these guys did an incredible job. These guys did an incredible job putting their thing together. I think we are correct. They have just decided they're going to eat the they're probably just going to eat the Warrant violation because they know they probably fucked up. But this is the this is the full one. This is Robert Dawson's statement. I'm gonna quickly go through this one. I am Robert Dawson, chairman of the board of TFE Games Holdings, a secured creditor of Intrepid Studios. I have served as the chairman of the board since September 2024. I'm a majority shareholder since July 2024. I'm the principal secured creditor. No, you're not the principal secured creditor. So I don't know why you wrote that. You are not the principal secured creditor. You are the junior secured creditor. I submit this July 2024. I am also the principal secured creditor of the company. I submit this declaration in opposition. Okay, so I don't know. You are the majority shareholder since July 2024. That is correct. You are not the principal secured creditor, though. If they go to California and acknowledge they violated the Warrant Act and agree to the back pay and benefits, they will be likely to be able to avoid the court fees and violation fees. The court fees, yes. The violation fees, no. Violation fees are a penalty that go to the aggrieved individual. Because it has now been 60 days since those people were aggrieved, they will have to pay the penalty to the aggrieved parties. They will have no way around that. If they had done, you are correct, if they had done their very best, if they had, how can I say this? If they had any amount of money left, well, let me back up. They're going to pay the penalty fee anyway, because they moved the asset out of Intrepid Studios into TFE on the 16th of January, and then had those employees come to work on the 19th of January at Intrepid Studios, perform 2 weeks of labor on a product that Intrepid Studios no longer owned, and it enriched TFE Games Holdings, that they're not going to get out of paying the violation. They could avoid all the court fees, all the legal fees, all that, but they're going to pay the violation. Because it's deliberate and intentional seeking to enrich yourself through self-dealing. There's no way they're going to get around it. When are we going to find out about this accusation about Dawson double dipping the loan money, meaning getting equity but also holding the loan amount on top of equity? I don't believe he did that. And the reason why I don't believe he did that is because Steven conveniently only submitted some of Robert Dawson's loan information. Robert submitted all of his promissory notes. All of this right here, and this isn't even all of them. Okay, this isn't even all of them. These are just the warrant promissory notes. And this is 58.8014% of the company. Factoring in that Robert was sold 10% of the company for $10, that takes Robert up to 68%. And then Robert has another loan for $8 million that gave him 3% of the company. That takes Robert up to 71% of the company. Where what Steven presented was bullshit. Robert only has to have one lien or one debt to have a lien. Did Steven sell over 100% of the company? To the very best of my knowledge, he did. Because he sold, to the very best of my ability to work through this, he sold 58.8 on those warrants. He sold 9.7 to Yaya. Taking a loan from Jason at all gave Jason 15%. Rob Dawson got a flat 10%, another 3%, and Thomas got 2.2%. And that's just what I've been able to work through up to this point. So that right there is 98.7%. Except not all those warrants were converted, hence his standing as a creditor. Right, exactly. I believe all of those warrants were converted. I believe he has other, because right here, this only goes to March of 2025. And Dawson has other loans between March of 2025 and December of 2025. Yeah, and Steven's 4%. Which Steven doesn't, Steven, I don't believe, is entitled to 4% because Steven paid in $200. Wasn't there another 15% to Jason on a second loan where the loan stipulated if it was not repaid? Yeah, there was a loan that said by taking this loan, I get 15%. If you don't repay this loan and it gets converted, I get an additional 15% plus the debt to equity conversion. So that's going to take us to well over Well over. Plus, we know that Aaron Bartels, Teresa Fett, they had ownership, as well as another individual that Steven filed with was a very minority shareholder. I think in the end, what's going to come out is Steven sold over 100% of the company, and the judge is going to be righteously pissed off, because then the judge is going to have to sit there and figure out the equitable solution, not the fair solution, not the equal solution, but the equitable solution. And the judge is going to be like, I hate all of you bitches. My professional background. I am a results-oriented professional. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Well, who cares? Why is that there? Right. Who fucking cares? I am a results-oriented professional with over 18 years of broad-based experience and visible achievements in law, business development, strategic business partnerships, and emerging markets. Congratulations. And I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. I hold a baccalaureate degree. Oh my God. You hold a bachelor's degree, you effete academic motherfucker. You hold a bachelor's degree. Yes, it is a baccalaureate degree. And a Juris Doctorate from the University of Nebraska College of Law. Director, Chairman, Majority Shareholder, Pathway Bank. Chief Legal Officer, Founder, Janice Global. Board Member, Kappa Ethanol Holdings. Partner, Hart Dawson Sudic PC LLO. Attorney, Ernest & Young. I am not and have never been a professional video game developer. I received no compensation of any kind as my service as chairman of the board. My role was undertaken voluntarily at a substantial personal financial cost, motivated by my good faith desire to protect the capital I had invested and to give the company and its project the best chance of commercial success. No, what he's trying to do here. Yes, he's trying to, right here, he's trying to establish himself as a expert in everything except video game development, so that he can say, I took no compensation as chairman of the board. I have invested approximately $7-8 million in Intrepid across its history. Typo. It should have been since. This is bad writing. Since what date? Because across its history goes back to 2015. You didn't start investing until 2022. In the form of equity investments and debt financing. No other investor contributed capital at a comparable level. The company would not have survived to the point of its 2025 Steam Early Access launch without my continued financial support. Speculation. My loans to the company were made on rolling basis, typically timed to meet urgent payroll and operating obligations that Mr. Sharif represented were critical to the company's survival. Great, where's the exhibit to prove that? I never desired to be a major shareholder in a gaming company. I stated on numerous occasions I did not want to continue making loans and that I lacked the desire and increasingly the liquidity to continue funding at the pace and volume Mr. Sharif demanded. Oh, if you're a lawyer, then why did you write this in here? Then you're going to have to answer the question on the stand. Then why did you? You might not. You're the defendant. Despite my clear and repeated statements I could not and would not continue funding the company, Mr. Sharif continued to press for additional investments. In several instances, the timing of bi-weekly payroll deadlines was used as a mechanism to pressure me to provide funds on an emergency basis, leaving me little practical ability to refuse without causing immediately harm to the company employees. Okay. Are you fucking kidding? Well, Steven's text messages have already been entered into evidence, right? Not exactly, because we're not entering anything into evidence yet. We're entering exhibits that are supposed to be paired. You're supposed to be pairing everything. Like, this is a written statement, so you should be citing everything. This should be, your personal statement should really be it should be a Wikipedia page. It should be a running culmination of citations. On February 8th, Mr. Sharif provided me and other investors with the monthly cash flow models for 21 and 22. And this is kind of useless to us all because they've blacked out all the juicy bits. Among the misrepresentations Mr. Sharif made was the Riot Games. Upon information and belief, the terms and nature of this deal were materially overstated. I relied on this misrepresentation. Mr. Sharif also represented that Riot indicated a high 9-figure valuation makes sense. So we're gonna see if they show the undoctored one. Why did they black it out? That's a great question. They blacked it out because, remember, at the end of the day, they still want to try to sell Intrepid Studios. Let me back that off. They still want to try to sell Ashes of Creation and all of the assets, the dynamic gridding, the art, the animations, the music. They want to sell those because, remember, Robert Dawson is out $78 million. Jason Karamanis is out about $13 million. Those individuals want to sell whatever they can to get whatever money back they can. By January 23rd, 2023, I had approximately blank invested in the company. So if I was the judge, right? I find this blackout very suspicious. Now, the judge has an unredacted copy, obviously. But the fact that you blacked this out is suspect. Because you've alluded to Stephen alluded that you wanted documents backdated. You've alluded that Stephen wanted the documents backdated. Did you black this out because you don't want the public to know? Because the public's gonna start looking into it? Like, what the fuck does it matter? If all these loan agreements you've given out there, I can figure out what the floor is. So what does it matter? By this date and this time, you were this far invested. Great, cool, whatever. On May 31st, I made it clear I was done funding without signed agreements. Mr. Sharif agreed to all my changes or legal documents, but subsequently changed terms again through Intrepid Attorney for his own benefit. Mr. Sharif made explicit threats about the game's development if I did not continue funding. Maybe it's blacked out for Stephen's sake. No. Remember, these are Dawson's documents. Nothing Dawson is going to do is for Stephen's sake. The court could have redacted it. That is possible. Absolutely. Sure. On May 3rd, Mr. Sharif later wanted my initial investment backdated, not at my request, but because he had brought in other investors at an unrealistically higher valuation before bringing me in, and he needed to reconcile the discrepancy. This was Mr. Sharif's initiative, not mine. Okay, I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. You do not backdate paperwork. You do not backdate paperwork. You do not get involved with people that want to backdate paperwork. It is never in your best interest if somebody else wants to be backdating the paperwork. I never desired control. I was not and am not an aggressive investor seeking to seize control. I am a frustrated financial backer who has poured tens of millions of dollars into a company run by a CEO who repeatedly failed to meet his own projections, refused to execute documents, and resisted all efforts at accountability and governance. That's actually really well written because they can prove all three of those. Mr. Sharif's complaint and declaration characterized our relationship in one in which I exercised coercive financial control. These facts are in verse. On multiple occasions, Mr. Sharif approached me personally and requested I provide additional financing for his personal residence. Okay. This is the one. There have been, like 5 or 6 people that have been working not for me, but I don't have the time right now to go down the rabbit hole of this house thing. This house thing is a fucking cluster fucking a half. This house deal is completely fucked up. The courts aren't going to be happy about having to fucking detangle a personal residence out of corporate money. The December board meeting, Mr. Sharif has alleged, I confronted him in a physically intimidating manner. I never coerced him. I never physically menaced him. Mr. Sharif's negotiating tactics are described in Exhibit J. Oh, are they? What the fuck's going on? Thank you. Appreciate that. As a general tip for streamers, if you're going to be a streamer, don't get a widescreen monitor, because it really fucks with it when you're trying to read shit off the screen. Mr. Sharif failed to... Oh, wait. Mr. Sharif has alleged that I physically coerced him. We'll see that in Exhibit J. Following the board meeting, I did speak with Mr. Sharif. I will not deny that I was frustrated. The board had been attempting over an extended period to obtain information, execute governance documents, and address the company's dire financial condition, and that had been systematically obstructed. My expression of frustration was not physical intimidation. The documents presented to Mr. Sharif reflected decisions that had been discussed and made at board meetings in which Mr. Sharif participated. The request that he execute signature pages for decisions already made by the board was a routine governance request. Copies of these communications are in Exhibit K. The Article 9 sale has been set aside and assets returned to Intrepid. This was the smart play, but it really, really, really fucks Robert Dawson and the other defendants. There is going to be there is going to be a penalty for enriching themselves with the Intrepid Studios employees at a different company. That's what they should not have done. They should not have continued working on the product after they moved the asset to TFE Game Holdings. Mr. Sharif concealed the board's existence from employees. This is... let me look up something real quick. This is another one where Steven has opened himself up to criminal liability. Under California Penal Code 115, knowingly offering a false or forged instrument to a public office is a felony. Corporate filings are a statement that is provided to a public office. Remember, the reason why you have to submit your corporate paperwork is so that individuals can look up your corporate structure. Failure to notify the state of California that you're under the governance of a board is a crime. It's a felony. It's two different felonies, because at the bottom of the form, oh, this form doesn't actually have it. Well, I gotta look up the other one. Maybe it doesn't. He might be safe on that one. It's a federal felony if you're asked by the federal government, and they ask for your articles of incorporation. But no, because your articles of incorporation don't have to include your board of directors, so it would only be state. But let me check something real quick. Why are we having a fit today, computer? Stop it. It's like you never worked this hard on Saturday mornings. What are all these? Oh, that's the name reservation. Okay. So yeah, when you sign it that you don't have a board of directors, that is a very, very bad thing, because what you're signing is whoever files that form, by signing, I affirm that the information herein is true and that I am authorized by California law to sign. So the person that can sign that form for you is your attorney, or it is your one of your corporate officers. It won't happen in this reality. Steven has been exposed as a fraud. He'd have to undo the facts. What needs to happen for Steven to come out on top and prove he was playing 4D chess? It might be under the Corporate Transparency Act. I think, I off the top of my head, I think that might be for publicly traded companies, though. It very well could be for all companies. The SEC is a giant pain in the ass. You know how I avoid having to know every single one of those acts? I tell the truth on my paperwork. I know that's like a fucking mind blow way to operate my business. I just tell the fucking truth, and then I don't have to worry about perjury. There is no way for Steven to come out on top with this, because 95% of Steven's employees hate his fucking guts. The majority of people have the same opinion of Steven Sharif as Johnny Depp has of Disney. I wouldn't come and work for you for $500 million and a million alpaca. How fucked is Steven? A 10. Steven is gonna need a month full of miracles to not end up destitute, out on his ass, and not in jail. If Steven can end up not losing everything and not in jail, I'll be amazed. Because the IRS has abided him. The SEC has abided him. The FBI has abided him. The California District Attorney has abided him. Like, the California District Attorney has about 8 bites at him. He's gonna end up getting charged with something. Right? He's gonna get charged with something. Otherwise, well, maybe it won't. I don't know. California's got their own other fucking problems. I don't know, man. I saw people in jail down at Maxwell Air Force Base. There's a federal prison on Maxwell Air Force Base, and there were people in jail for lesser crimes than this. In numerous YouTube videos, Mr. Sharif had himself as funded the company entirely. The company received blank in total capital from outside investors, with approximately blank from me above. Mr. Sharif represented that he and John Moore had put in blank and blank respectively. In his filings, Mr. Sharif claims he personally guaranteed the company's debt as if it were his own money. He did not personally guarantee any of my loans to Intrepid. That right there is huge. That's huge. Mr. Sharif's financial misappropriations and self-dealing. I think it's pretty clear Steven was self-dealing. We'll look at the exhibits. So that's all Robert Dawson. Here's Robert Dawson, Exhibit A. Yeah, this is the promissory note. But where I'm gonna shit on Robert Dawson here for a second. This right here is where we get lazy. You gave him $8 million, right? Where's the fucking record keeping? Where the fuck is the record keeping? According to this, you never gave them the money. This might actually hurt them. Because Steven's lawyer will be able to say, well, you never gave him the money. Your own paperwork submitted says this is a loan that is set up to open a line of credit for Steven Sharif to take $8 million. And never took it. The wire paperwork will take care of that. It will, but this is sloppy. This is attention to detail shit, and the law is all about attention to detail shit. Pledge and security agreement. Hold on, let me scan through this one. One of these has a bank account. Yeah, this one doesn't. It's not my fault if people don't redact their own bank account informations, but I try not to show them. Yeah, this is the same one. March 21st, 1.4 million. March 1st, March 15th. I can find those two. Those two exist. Yeah, Dawson was giving Steven money without signing agreements first, so there's also that. Shouldn't do that. But this right here, this is how you should do it. This is all of... This is good right here. This is how you want to do it. This is what I sent you. I know you got it. This is the lien statement that he filed. This kind of sucks that this is all blacked out. We're finished with the tax filing. We'll be done and caught up by the 15th. Did you have a talk with Rob to start sorting out all the details we have? You wanted to create some docs moving forward. Please advise what we're doing on this as you take on meetings with serious round of funding. You need to have it all buttoned up and cleaned up. If you don't need more money and you can make it to launch, then no need to do all this work and add more pressure. I know you're juggling your ass off. Oh, look at this. This is Jason Karamanis, who apparently was made out to be a thug by Steven, who's always intimidating. Both Rob and I are the two largest investors, creditors now, and want the outcome to be huge. We're both here to support you, but can only do so much until you start passing the baton to us. I don't see Jason Karamanis. You know, I don't see him being a fucking dickhead in this one. They're saying you need to pass some stuff up to us. You know, the people that know what we're doing. Right? I was thinking if we give them 51%, Steven, at this point, they would book total revenue to their company. And since they are owned by Tencent, a 51% shareholder can book 100% of the revenues. Rob, is this correct from my past understanding? That's my understanding. That's correct. We would 100% have to be converted to a C-corp. Correct. Okay. But you are a fucking C-corp. So, what the fuck are you doing? This right here, what the fuck are you doing then? Right? You're already a C-corp. We are in a strong position. They expressed that they currently have about 60 devs assigned to their internal MMO. It's in its infancy. They have another 450 devs across content team. They are primarily interested in me as a leader, they expressed over and over. Of course they are. Most of the meeting today revolved around my game design philosophy, our development approach, pipelines, workflows, features, and schedules. We discussed designs and philosophy. We discussed Riot's culture. Finally, we touched on our expectations. I don't believe any of that, because one of the things I hear from the team is that Steven had dog shit development approaches, pipelines, workflows, features, and schedules. I feel the valuation will be 2 billion. 2 billion. $2 billion. What fucking world are these numbnuts living in? What fucking world are they living in? This is why this is so fucked. Rob, I'm reading through the doc they sent. I don't want to fight with you. We are brothers in this deal, and I'm trying to get us to the finish line so that we can relax and enjoy the hard work. I'm not trying to ignore you or be disrespectful. It's just fire after fire on the ground, and I don't have 5 minutes to think sometimes. So I apologize for taking time to text back during the day. I just got done fighting for 2 weeks with John while trying to keep the ship moving forward. And now you're upset with the doc that the law firm wrote up. I just read through it. I want us to find a way forward that we're both happy with. Creative control, meaning who is on the team and what they work on. As you agree, I have financial control, and they can add that term. Third item is there is a third-party investor buyer for Ashes or Intrepid, and you don't like the terms. You have 30 days to buy me out instead of selling to a third party. And creative control is to Steven. John does not get control as I have zero trust or respect for him over what transpired the last several weeks. Absolutely do not agree to it. That's it. No more terms. What a waste of time and legal fees. Did you tell him all the other overreaching terms? I'm done fighting and I'm done funding. I'm ready to go to the legal system to resolve it, and we all lose, and I don't care anymore. I've been stalled and delayed all that I will tolerate. I've pulled the plug on funding. You do this agreement and we've already agreed on any other terms, or you find another money next week, I'm done. And you missed several deadlines and promises on resolving this. And now we're 1.5 months down the road. And you sneak around and do attorney calls behind my back instead of denying your deceptive actions. You should be remorseful. I don't trust you with anything other than creative control. I hope and pray you both can resolve this, as I'm stuck in the middle of a shitstorm, and I'm praying you both to resolve things. Here's Jason Karamanis. Apparently, Jason Karamanis gets made out to be Rob Dawson's enforcer. And Jason's like, I hope you two can figure this shit out, because I'm stuck in the middle of a shit sandwich. I'm done with new money. I will do simple agreement with the 3 points, including financing and control for me, creative for Steven, an option agreement for Steven and Intrepid to buy my shares back if there's a third-party offer and I want to take and they don't want to sell. If it's done and signed, I will go fund, but otherwise I'm not. I'll take my chances with the legal system and everybody loses. But honestly don't care, as this shareholder clusterfuck has cost us all a fortune. You guys with dilution and me with cash. I never wanted to go past the 11 million, then 14, and now it's at 50 million. Steven, do you agree to the terms? If yes, we need to tell the law firm. If no, let's stop wasting time. I may lose vision in my right eye. I understand your vision, but we can talk on the phone. So, Steven only submitted this little part of it to make Rob look bad, but all this he didn't submit. Now Rob has submitted it, and it makes Steven look bad. For those of you that don't understand, there's negotiating in good faith and there's negotiating in bad faith. If you and I sit down at a negotiation table and we hammer out terms for 3 weeks, and then on Friday of the 3rd week, I say, okay, well, you guys gonna get this buttoned and polished up on Monday, out to me on Tuesday, and I'll sign? And you say, yeah. And then Tuesday comes along and I still don't have it. Oh, there's some last minute changes. Well, what fucking changes? Oh, these new terms. Well, why the fuck are you? I was just here on Friday and we had stuff going on. Now, where I'll say Rob Dawson went completely wrong was you agreed to fund up to this point, right? Why'd you go over that? My eyes don't hear that well and my ears can't see money in your bank. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm taking off to Asia in 5 hours. I'll be in a car in about 2.5 hours, and I have a 1 hour drive or so at LAX. If we need to chat, let me know. I asked Steven to help me get an updated cap table with all his negotiations he wanted back and again. This has to do with both of you working on the cap table. Rob, if you could calmly help him without blowing up for Steven's own crap and calmly help him create a current cap table. This cap table would delete my extra 15% completely, and again, I am not 100% agreeing to this until I see a current cap table and the cap table with all of everyone's desired dilutions. It's obvious Steven wants more equity and is losing it by the month because the money is dictating the terms. So, I imagine, oh yeah, Jason Karamanis is blurred in right there. Jason is made out to be by Steven as Rob's enforcer, but Jason is talking about giving up 15% equity in order to get a cap table structured. Where it's Jason who got fucked more than anybody else on this deal. I know a lot of people are going to say Rob Dawson got fucked more because he's fucked out of more money. Jason was the earliest outside investor who wasn't buddy-buddy with Steven, and he's willing to give up 15% of his extra capital, his extra equity to get this company fixed. So both of you, if you want 100% my support on things, need to get me an updated cap table. And also, Rob, I need to see what all the dilutions look like after all your agreements are converted, and also what it will look like over the next 5 to 6 months with 5 to 6 more monthly agreements like you've been doing. Because, again, it's just like, okay, I get it. I just need to see what it looks like. I am in a situation and I need help. My home has the Main Street loan as a second against it. I have been trying to finance my first because it was due by a previous owner who carried me. He is unwilling to extend and has had me sign a forbearance agreement, giving him the right to immediately foreclose if I don't pay down the first. It's $4 million and I am unable to refinance the loan with a bank, but they won't do it with the Main Street second on the house. We had 2 appraisals done and it's worth $8 million and $4 million is owed. I don't know what to do and I am up a creek if I don't have a solution by Friday. I need some help, advice here, and all this is happening at the worst possible moment for my sanity and keeping the lights on and everything running, not to mention my marriage. What does Papa J always tell you before you start a business? You need 3 people. You need a marketing person, an accounting person, and a legal person. And you know what the accounting person should tell you? You don't ever stake your personal fucking home on your business. If you have an $8 million home, sell the $8 million home, buy a $500,000 home, and take the $7.5 million and put it into your idea. But don't ever stake, don't ever stake your personal home on your business. Steven, I understand your situation and I wish Pathway could have done it because it's 50% LTV and a no-brainer, but our regulators only let us do 1 transaction like that every 24 months, and I've already done the 1. Personally, I can't do it. I'm tapped out every 2 weeks meeting payroll and Ash's expenses. Jason, I know the details of this if you're interested in helping. Hey guys, I would seriously recommend you grabbing John and going to dinner or drinks and get drunk with everyone and try to mend the fences, or at least Steven, you and Rob meeting. It's imperative both of you meet before Rob gets on a plane. How do you make $480K a year and not pay your bills? It's okay. It's really easy to fuck up your personal finances when you're spending other people's money. When you're spending other people's money. This is Teresa. That's all the feedback I had. I think it would be helpful for you to think about the points and thinking how we could present to the guys what pain you are willing to endure. My big contact has a massive Rolodex of venture capital firms he said he would introduce us to, but I think a convo with you, me, and Rob might also be helpful. Joe is a good negotiator too. Bank, you have 10 million at one time. Would they be willing to extend a line against the pre-sale venue? Bank won't do a line with the current balance sheet unless the existing debt would be subordinate, which defeats Rob's current power play. Absolutely willing to chat with venture capitalists. That will just take some time. I don't think a conversation with Rob is fruitful after the conversation I had with him last week. Any attempt to negotiate will be perceived as weakness. I need to be able to call his bluff in a strong scorched earth approach. At least that was the advice of the attorneys. Okay. Steven, you're an asshole. Steven, you said that all these documents would come out and would prove that you're the good guy. You're the fucking asshole in this. You're going to a lawyer because you know Rob now lawfully owns your ass, and you're like, I need to negotiate with a scorched earth approach. That means you're an asshole who never cared about the content creators, never cared about the fucking community, never cared about the game. You cared about this pool of money and fucking it until your dick was sore. Could Dawson throw Steven under the bus for Warrant violations, claiming that since Steven was acting CEO, it was his responsibility to notify the employees of the changes? So I'm not a lawyer, and even staying at a La Quinta doesn't qualify me to answer this question. But, yeah, it's crazy how he considered Rob's money his money. When it comes to violating the Warrant Act, now that I've seen that they talked about firing 100 employees in October, Steven is culpable for that because as the CEO, he voluntarily served as the CEO October, November, December into January. The fact that Steven knew there was a discussion that would involve reducing their staff by 45% and didn't issue a warrant notice falls solely on him. The board of directors told him, directed him to make preparations, and he was insubordinate. The board will be able to pin that on him. Now, boop, where the board is fucked is when Steven resigned, the board should have immediately issued warrant. Immediately. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Do not say that you need to call a meeting because you've already had meetings about it. Steven Sharif resigns. The board should have immediately given warrant, and the board should not have allowed the employees to work. The reason why the board did, in my opinion, is if they had issued a warrant notice in the middle of January. Remember, they hadn't made any money from Steam yet because you launched the game in Steam in December. So December 15th, give or take, I don't remember the exact date, to December 31st. That's a half a month of sales. That gets configured on January 1st. I know it's a holiday, January 1st. But that doesn't get paid out until January 31st. You're always lagging a month behind on Steam. If they warn notice on January 16th, they're looking at 75% plus refunds. Where they totally fucked up, they should not have done the transfer of the assets until 1 February. They should have collected the first batch of Steam money, paid the employees, paid Commerce West Bank, gotten them out of the way, written the state of California a $28,000 check, gotten them out of the way. If there was enough left to pay the Small Business Administration, gotten them out of the way. And then please don't shoot me because I'm saying the way the board should have played it from their perspective, not how I would have liked to see the board play it. Then the board could have turned around and said on February 1st, transfer the asset and then tell the employees you're all terminated because Steven Sharif resigned, and then they should have just hung all the debt around his neck. Wasn't the asset transfer unwound? It wasn't unwound. They voluntarily put it back. They voluntarily put it back. What they should have done is when Steven resigned, not gone through with the asset transfer in the middle of the first month before they got paid. They should have, knowing Steven was going to throw his toys out of the pram, take his ball and go home, they should have waited till they got the Steam money, cleared all the debts above them, paid payroll, done the transfer, then terminated all the employees, and then tried to retain the leads over at the new company. And just said they could have just hung $62 million in misappropriated funds around Steven's neck. Now Steven's in the media playing defense, and you're still, you tell all the employees, you're terminated. We've hired on your leads, and we've given your leads X amount of leeway to retain the people they can. Seeing that they knew all along about going to Steam Early Access since early 2025, all the testing makes me feel like it was complicit in a scam to exploit Steam's refund policy. No, you weren't. Because remember, you didn't exploit Steam's refund policy. Valve didn't give you any of Valve's money. Valve paid out all of the refunds out of Intrepid's money. Hi. You guys want to meet Mischief? This is Mischief. I have two voids. This is my older void. He has a girlfriend. My emotional support animal is his girlfriend. But he's domestically abusive. He picks on her. Exhibit K. Stephen Sharif, immediate board action required, funding shortfall and leadership decisions ahead. Dear Teresa and board members, thank you for your message and your continued commitment, especially while traveling internationally. I appreciate the urgency you expressed. I fully agree that the decisions in front of us require clarity, unity, and proper board direction. That said, I would like to respectfully clarify several important points. At no point have I resisted taking hard action. My role as CEO is to present clear options, outline risks, and execute decisions made by the board, particularly when those actions involve layoffs, salary reductions, structural changes that materially impact employees and shareholders. Those decisions must come from the board, and I remain committed to implementing them swiftly once directed. During the leadership and board discussions this week, which you were unfortunately unable to attend, the direction agreed upon was to pursue every viable path to reach the December launch without immediate reductions to staff. That remains consistent with Rob's most recent update tonight that a potential path to December still exists. As I have consistently stated, there is a viable way to reach December without jeopardizing launch readiness or inflicting unnecessary harm. Hey, appreciate that, Karthos. If our fiduciary obligation to full evaluate and attempt that path before resorting to workforce reductions. This is written by AI. The financial risks and runaway timelines have been openly communicated to the board for months. Contingency plans, including reduction in force, salary deferrals, and equity-based incentives, already modeled and can be executed immediately upon board directives. Staying flexible while viable alternatives are being actively pursued is not avoidance, it's prudent stewardship. First of all, this is fucking garbage. Like, why are all your points summed up there? Hold on, I'm gonna check something. Let's see. The financial risks and runaway timelines have been openly communicated to the board for months. Contingency plans. Yeah, that's what I thought. If you ever want to know if something was written by a human, just ask an autistic. This is 82% AI, 18% human. And it clearly shows. It absolutely, clearly shows. Without a doubt, clearly shows. If the board determines that payroll reductions, equity deferral programs, and layoffs are necessary, I'm prepared to carry them out immediately. I only ask that such directives are decided through a formal vote or resolution so they're properly authorized, documented, and consistent with our fiduciary responsibility. On the EM dash and on the triple ellipses, I do use triple ellipses. So if you ever see something like, if you ever see either of these, like that, in like dialogue, I write that way, but that's how a double dash, yeah, exactly. That if I do dash dash, that's not an EM dash. So humans don't use an EM dash. As I've said, I don't even remember how the fuck to put an EM dash in. I remember how to put a dash dash in. Fucking Word, I think, has, what's Word's AI assistant? Copilot? It now has started changing dash dash to EM dash. So make sure you go in and you tell it, stop that. I heard that Steven, John, and Ryan have voluntarily withheld their pay. Great. Helpful. Great for them. Exhibit L. Good to see. All right. I am a named defendant in this action and a member of the board of directors of entities involved in the development of the video game Ashes of Creation. I'm a tax attorney by training with extensive experience for corporate governance, mergers, and acquisitions. I've served as CEO of 3 companies, completed 3 successful exits, led and sourced approximately 9 M&A transactions, and built companies to institutional scale. I currently operate a family office. My professional background is directly relevant to the governance and financial oversight in this case. I was personally recruited by Stephen Sharif to assist with the company. I was not, as Mr. Sharif complaint implies, a hostile outsider imposed upon the company. Well, Stephen, that kind of fucks you right away, because that means your complaint is a lie. My financial involvement is significant. I invested $1 million through FET Holdings, through a promissory note, an additional $500,000 of personal capital. Through a promissory note, I am alleged to have conspired against the company I was personally recruited to help, into which I invested $1.5 million of my own money, and for which I helped lead an extensive buyer investor search, developing a restructuring plan, and attempted to mediate between founder and investors. To my knowledge, the company, the board of directors, we already reviewed that one. Mr. Sharif's false revenue projections, we covered that. On July 24th, Mr. Sharif sent me a spreadsheet showing financial transactions, including, this is probably no doubt some of his alleged stealing. What you see here is these figures reveal a commingling of personal and business funds, which is really fucking bad when a tax accountant says these figures reveal this, because that's her expertise. So I say that the ledger reveals personal and business funds. You can tell me what's Jalan's expertise? Oh, I did military audits. Okay, sure. But that doesn't involve personal and private. But now a tax accountant is saying it. Okay, so now 2 people who have no reason to lie are both saying what the fuck you did is wrong. In January, Mr. Sharif and Mr. Moore raised their salaries to $480,000 per year. The board restructuring plan was sabotaged by Mr. Sharif. The motion alleges at paragraphs 71 through 77 that the board defendants unilaterally imposed layoffs. This is false. Mr. Sharif was an active, knowing participant in workforce reduction planning. Mr. Sharif acknowledged it's a rough expectation to terminate those people the day after Christmas and with no PTO payout. How will we survive the backlash? He was not objecting to the layoffs. He was negotiating timing, cost, and messaging. Due to his continued insubordination, the company became increasingly unable to meet its financial obligation. Throughout my tenure on the board, I had repeated conversations with Mr. Sharif. In July, I communicated directly with Mr. Sharif about the need for proper financial controls. Mr. Sharif's default position was that Mr. Dawson would provide additional capital. Mr. Sharif deliberately triggered the Commerce Bank crisis. Mr. Sharif not only triggered the crisis to protect his personal $1.3 million escrow, while simultaneously destroying the company's ability to make payroll for the employees. Okay, so this is a really important line. And the reason why this is a really important line is because it establishes that, remember, when it comes to the law, and I'm not a lawyer, but I was on my way to be one, and I studied with an attorney for 3 years. There's two pieces to being that does place liability, Stephen, for warrant violations. Yes. Now that we know that the crisis, that the Commerce West was 1.3 million, it's conceivable that Steam, oops, hold on. So let's do the numbers. Let's do the numbers clean. Hi, buddy. Oh, stinky pokey. I was going to show you my orange cap, but he said no. So you had 8 million coming from Steam, right? And what we're going to do with 8 million is we're going to take off 35%. And the reason we're going to take off 35% is we're going to take off 30% for Steam and 5% for Epic, because they owed Epic money. So we take 8 million and we minus 2.8 million from that, and so we have 5.2 million, right? And now we minus another 1.3 million from that, and that leaves us with 3.9 million. And now, if I do 210 employees times 5,000, payroll should be between 1 million and 1.6 million. Stephen fucked the company. Not Rob Dawson, not Aaron Bartels, not Ryan Ogden, not Teresa Bartlett. Stephen fucked the company. Because Stephen contacting Commerce West Bank. Now, when the dollar amount at Commerce West Bank was believed to be $6 million, it looked like the board, and you heard me say it, we'll get into it. When we thought that the board, that the company owed Commerce West Bank $6 million, then we said, well, how the fuck are you going to pay payroll? Because you're not even going to get $6 million. You're going to get like 5.8. But if the loan's only 1.3, there was more than enough money for Dawson and the board to do both things: pay off Commerce West Bank and pay payroll. Now, they didn't have enough money to pay 60 days of payroll, so they're still dead to rights on the Warrant Act. They're not out of that. Also, just because you said that you were going to pay the bank doesn't mean you can skip paying the bank, right? If they had been smarter, and trust me, I know this is a huge dollar amount. Dawson should have lent Intrepid Studios $1.3 million, paid off Commerce West Bank, lent them another $150,000, got the other two out of the way. It's the escrow. I understand that, but we can only assume that if he was protecting 1.3 and she said 1.3 and she didn't say 6, that the total amount was 1.3. He's protecting his personal 1.3 because his 1.3 needs to come out of Intrepid or John. 1.3 is going to come out of the Steam money because remember, John Moore personally signed for the money. He personally guaranteed it, which means if the Steam funds don't go to Commerce Bank, John Moore has to pay the 1.3. So if Steven hadn't been a fucking clown, Commerce West Bank gets paid. Steven freaked the fuck out to make sure, right? The 1.3 million escrow from the sale of his personal residence, which had been pledged for collateral on the loan. Banks can't accept collateral. Well, the 1.3 is what he paid on the loan. No. A bank cannot accept less collateral than the value of the loan. You can accept, as a human being, you can accept less collateral than the value of the loan. For example, I ask you to spot me $1,000 and I give you my Air Force ring. And the Air Force ring is not worth $1,000, but to me, it's priceless. So I said, hey man, can I borrow $1,000? The only thing I can give you is my Air Force ring. And you're like, yeah, if you're giving me your Air Force ring, I know you're good for it. The bank cannot accept collateral for less than the value of the loan. So the most Intrepid was on the hook for was 1.3 million. If Steven had just not been an asshole, they would have paid off, Steam money would have paid off Commerce West Bank, paid the employees, 100 of the employees would have been terminated, well 90 would have been terminated, still in violation of Warrant. We're not washing away the Warrant violation. And then everybody else would have moved over to TFE Games Holdings. The board operated through proper governance. The board operated through formal process with regular meetings, formal notices, and collective decision-making. Mr. Sharif participated fully. Attached is Exhibit E, correct copies of board meeting notices. So we'll look at that. Mr. Sharif's reputational harm to the defendants. Mr. Sharif's complaint verified under penalty of perjury marks grave and defamatory allegations against each defendant, including allegations of conspiracy, fraud, self-dealing, and in Mr. Dawson's case, physical violence and coercion. These allegations are not supported by the evidence, but have been published, circulated online, and amplified through social media and gaming press coverage, causing severe reputational injury to each of us. Mr. Dawson has been publicly characterized as a violent predator, despite having invested approximately $93 million. Aaron Bartels has invested approximately $5 million. Ryan Ogden, 1.6, and worked tirelessly to manage finances under impossible conditions. Each of us has professional reputations, businesses, and personal lives that have been materially damaged by verified allegations. Uh-oh. Anybody know what's coming? Does anybody know what Teresa just laid out right here? Defamation of motherfucking character. I love this lady. I will buy this lady fucking lunch. I will drink a coffee and a bagel with this lady. This lady, she's a fucking ball buster. Every single thing I've seen this lady do is 4646. She makes one little mistake, but now that we get the rest of the details, I see where they were going with it. The motion relies on declarations from Tom, Karen, Zach, who Mr. Sharif characterizes as independent investors. Tom, Karen, and Schulster are Mr. Sharif's personal family members and friends who made loans. Mr. Dawson's investment That's odd. This, so that you guys know, this is very, very irregular. That shouldn't ever appear like that. That is very odd. These are Mr. H8. Yeah, it's the font is different, and it shouldn't be. And there should be a paging down here, but it's fine. No other investors received distributions or repayments. I was one of your recent live streams. I'd ask questions and comments. I was previously on Team Steven trying to defend him because he managed to convince me emotionally, and I thought he might be telling the truth. Yeah. He's not telling the truth. Exhibit A. Yeah, we showed this one, the $4 billion family deck. I thought about our conversation a lot last night and this morning. I do continue to think you should do what's right for your health, your marriage, and your life. This project is not worth dying over. I think you should ask for what you want, deserve, and hope that you and Rob can be reasonable in reaching a solution. But if you can't, I don't think the answer is to burn the house down. Steven, you have a lot of friends, family, employees that you deeply care for, have invested money and time into your dream. I can see you are a good person trying to survive an impossible situation. But I think the right answer for people that you care about is that if you choose to not be involved and move on to Riot or whatever, that you feel you need to, you could do it with respect and dignity for those that you care for. Leave with dignity and respect that you did the right thing and people you care for. Oh, it's all good, man. It's fine. Fuck Steven. Yep. I also thought a great deal. I'm appreciative of your willingness to step into this pile of drama. I want you to know I spent a long time trying to hold the line to protect people and to keep this project on track despite everything that's happened. But you're the one that happened. Like, you don't get to say, oh, what a martyr am I. You don't get to martyr yourself. You don't get to martyr yourself, dude. What we discussed isn't even a tenth of what's been done behind the scenes. There's been a sustained campaign of threats, coercion, and illegal behavior, including direct threats to my life. That's not something I can ignore. Enough is enough. I have responsibility not just to myself and my family. Wait till we get to Tim's statements. But to the other investors, the team, and the company I built from the ground up. You didn't build shit, dude. It's really easy to say I built it from the ground up when I used other people's money. Instead of working to keep the company going, Steven chose to free up the $1.3 million for himself and John. Yep. This isn't about burning a house down. It's about refusing to let people who got here through fear and corruption continue unchecked. I'll always care about the people who supported this vision. That's exactly why I can't step aside and let this continue or let them get away with what they've done. What they've done is what? Give you money that you squandered away? They came back with industry standard and it's not what you want. 250 to 400K with 2 to 3% equity kicker and exit bonus. So far, Rob has been sending better deals for review, but that's just giving you the fact to digest. So Steven finds out that a CEO of a company the size of Intrepid should get 250 to 400 and Steven's paying himself 480. This is where they want to wait until after DICE in February to fire everybody. He asked me if it was true that I was unwilling to have any board oversight. I said it wasn't. If you want to negotiate a healthy transition, I don't think lying is going to be helpful. Steven, I don't think it's unhealthy for us to go back and forth, and you've threatened litigation to me as well. In the document, your attorney struck all provisions of board oversight. Now, perhaps you just meant to strike that to vest today. I understood it wrong, and I stayed above board with Brian and did not badmouth you in any way. And I have no plans to. I would like to move forward and help the employees get to a good place, and personally would like to go back to my life. And I've given you the benefit of the doubt many times. I would appreciate you doing the same before you call me a liar. It's probably best that we just let the attorney handles here. I truly wish you the best and tried my hardest to help. Now my only interest is in helping the company and its employees move forward. They were struck to the vest today. I'd never had an issue with board oversight. It's in my original email titled Conditions. I just want to say this is exactly why the board trying to sneak one past a bank was a terrible decision to make. Instead of this elaborate foreclosure strategy, someone should have done the normal and right thing and just reached out to the bank and asked for some grace. Stephen, I have many things to say, but will refrain. I'm tired of pouring my good energy into bad. Yeah, because Stephen cherry-picked this conversation. My point is simply this. Notifying the bank would naturally accelerate any seizure notice. That limited optionality. Perhaps there could have been more room to negotiate. Perhaps there still is, and we intend to explore that. I don't see a clear date on the notice, so it's hard to even anchor timing. What I do know is that a loss of access passwords and the back and forth didn't help stabilize. And believe me, everyone feels the heaviness of the situation. It was probably sometime around January 18th. They sent me a default notice by email, and Jason said he received FedEx at the office. Asked for it while you were there. I bet it was Commerce. Steam confirmed I sent them a request for the password Friday of last week. Their payment goes out today. They sent me the password reset yesterday and immediately sent to you. Me having the password or not would not have made a difference, I'm sure here. You can confirm that likely by checking the date on the notice of the default in the FedEx. I assume that is a procedural requirement for any seizure actions. I didn't see it because they sent it to my personal email, not the business email I use. Jason got FedEx 124, but am not in San Diego. Need to ask him for it while there. I don't know if that is it or not. On my way to the office. Also, I was able to secure insurance for Intrepid Studios so that people can be covered during the transition. I sent it to Brian. Did you give it to Doug? Doug doesn't respond to me. Please send to Doug. Brian and everyone are not totally being helpful. Send to me. Wow. Would it be possible for everyone to do an in-person board meeting? We're in conference room. Document the decision. My appointment will likely be done at 12:30. I'll be back at 12:45. On my way back now. I'm at the airport and can talk. My flight is delayed. I don't think I land until 5:30. I'm out of the dentist. Ryan, can you send me the list I have and I will add anything I think is missing? Can see the balance needed. Agree with T. We need stack hands, standard. Yep, all this. Whatever. Steven is a 5-year-old who's got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Robert Dawson, very specific question. I'd like to hear answers. What do you say about other investors and what number did you answer they're trying to raise? I said we have our small cap table of 8 to 10 friends and family. We raised 120 million in funding, not including revenues invested. When they asked how much we were trying to raise, I turned the table and asked them what type of investments they typically do. Didn't want to under project a number or scare them. When they said 4 to 10 million, I responded with, I think that is a range the board would consider. Why are you saying beta end of year? I wish I had been included in that call. This is right here where Steven doesn't... Steven is taking fucking investment phone calls when he's not the fucking guy to be doing that. Steven doesn't want everybody else involved to be knowing what's going on. As I've shown, money that is supposed to go into the company never makes it into the company. This shit's ridiculous. Okay, this is Ryan Ogden's statement. Ryan Ogden, I make this declaration. I am a CPA with a master's degree in accounting, a background in Big Four public accounting. I have 15 years of experience as a CFO of a billion-dollar company, Janice Global. I've been a controller for public and private companies with experience in global expansion, internal controls, financial restructuring. I'm a small business owner. I served as CFO of Intrepid Studios from late 2024 until December 30th, 2025. My role as CFO was undermined by Mr. Sharif. I still serve as a member of the board. I have invested 1.6 million. I had direct knowledge of the company's financial condition, cash flow, and capital structure. I was brought into, he was brought into a company. He wasn't allowed to go to the building. He had to work out of a hotel room. I eventually learned of the co-mingling of personal and business funds. I sent a spreadsheet to Mr. Sharif that I obtained from his prior accountant. On multiple occasions, he acknowledged he was aware of these financial transactions, and they blocked those out, probably so that they don't get accused of defamation, because those are accusations. He sent the spreadsheet to Dawson and Fett. This is the spreadsheet. Exhibit K, that's why it's all blacked out. He was unable to present corroboration that these payments constituted business expenses. He withheld financial systems from the CFO. This is where he wanted access to Gusto. Over blank dollars in capital was returned to his mother as a loan or a loan repayment. I can confirm that. This money was sent to his friends Thomas and Bethany Alakazin as loan repayments and disguised as outsider services. You can't pay shareholders as subcontracted services because that's seen as capital rotation. In my capacity, I became of prior and significant personal spending under his leadership. Mr. Sharif used over blank and company funds to hire a personal chef. We've confirmed that. Expense to Escalade. We've confirmed that. Funded luxury vacations. We've confirmed that. Made house payments on his multi-million-dollar house. We've confirmed that 4 times. We sought 43 prospective investors. The feedback was uniform across prospective investors. Their general overall opinions coalesced was that the game had taken twice as long to develop as it should have, and it consumed twice as much capital as comparable projects. Not a single investor committed capital. Okay, so I would really have loved at least have the decency to form an LLC as an investor to invoice. Right, exactly. I would have really loved to have seen a couple of these opinions. I don't know if any of those investors can be taken seriously, because an MMORPG should take 7 to 10 years to build. So I don't know how anybody, appreciate the follow, can say it took twice as long as it should have, because we're just now hitting technically 11 years. Mr. Sharif concealed the existence of investors and a board from employees. When the board was permitted to meet the executive team, they introduced them as only friends. The board, Mr. Sharif denied the board access to credentials for 200 systems. Fuck Steven Sharif from the bottom of my heart. I'll allow that. I don't know what the fuck happened with these guys. All of their last pages are fucked up. So weird. As the company's former CFO, I am uniquely qualified to describe its current... But they're not signed. That's what's so fucked up about it. If they were pen and ink signed, it would have been one thing. Yeah, but the digital signature shouldn't be changing the font on the page. Maybe it is. Maybe the signature page is a separate document. I don't fucking know. It's the first thing I noticed, though, that their second pages, all the second pages, or all the signature pages are fucked up. As of 30 April, the company has less than blank and available cash across all the accounts. The company has total liabilities at approximately 124 million. No, there's no real way for me to put the Twitch chat on the screen at the moment because I need the whole screen to make this visible. Will I make it too long? I do make videos of each individual piece. I have a couple of videos already up. Let's look at his exhibits. Steven, I've gone through every transaction in QuickBooks and summarized everything in the attached workbook. It shows a net outflow of a little over $1 million to you and John rather than a $4 million inflow. Can you please take a look at this and let me know if I've missed anything or not yet considered anything? I'm happy to walk you through it. I think it would be helpful. Our objective is not to push any agenda or take anything away. We just might have to get these records to match the actual transactions so that we can get through an audit. Obviously, this is high time sensitivity. It affects the information that both Teresa and Square Enix are asking for. Square Enix? Is this after Steven was sued for the books? Yes. Square Enix. That's interesting. Please, we talked about the routing and accounting numbers. Steven didn't want to give Ryan access to the banking information. So, this is Douglas Bartels. I make this declaration. I am a chartered financial analyst with an undergraduate and graduate degree from the University of Notre Dame, an MBA in consulting and finance, a BBA in accountancy, and a BA in computer applications. Well, nobody taught you how to put your degrees in order. I have over 2 decades of executive leadership experience. Most recently, I served as COO at Wealth Management National Investment Practices at Northern Trust Corporation. I'm very happy for you. Following Mr. Sharif's voluntary resignation on January 19th, the board appointed me as interim CEO and subsequently changed my title to the company's restructuring agent after the company shut down to give me authority necessary to obtain the company's systems, records, and accounting. The company utilized QuickBooks as its primary accounting platform. While QuickBooks is suitable for early-stage businesses, it does not inherently provide the level of internal controls, segregation of duties, or audit tracking typically expected for a company that has raised in excess of whatever. Bullshit, you don't know how to use QuickBooks then. I'm sorry, you don't know how to use QuickBooks. In my experience, companies of this scale typically implement more robust financial systems with enhanced controls and audit visibility. I'm sorry, I'm going to say then you shouldn't be the CEO of a company and you should go back to all of these all of this shit, and you should ask for your money back. Because a $125 million company, QuickBooks absolutely can do that. But the problem with QuickBooks is affected by GIGO. Garbage in, garbage out. If you set QuickBooks up appropriately with somebody who knows what they're doing in accounting codes, then QuickBooks works just fine. But if you have Steven Sharif, who has a degree in philosophy and religious studies, setting up the QuickBooks, of course it's going to be garbage. Certain bank accounts and credit cards, some involving substantial volumes, were not fully integrated into the accounting system. This limits transparency and reduces the ability to reconcile financial activity accurately. When John Moore transitioned QuickBooks over to Ryan Ogden, there were limited accounts integrated with QuickBooks. Accounts where millions of dollars were transferred to, as well as credit cards that accumulated hundreds of thousands of transactions, were not integrated into the financial books and records. That's a really big fucking problem. Over an extended period, significant payments were made to credit card accounts. However, I did not observe corresponding underlying transaction level documents sufficient to verify their expenditures were for business purposes. Yes. For example, you don't pay, if I make purchases for the company on my personal credit card, you do not pay my credit card for me. You get a receipt from me, and then you cut me a check direct, and then you ensure that you don't include that in my compensation. You make sure that that doesn't come out of the payroll account, it comes out of the OPEX account. But you should never, ever, ever be paying my credit card for me directly. You also shouldn't have employees buying stuff very often on their personal Credit card. Buying agents should have access to a corporate card. Based on my review, I identified multiple entities receiving company funds for which I was not able to verify corporate registration, ownership, or business purposes. Yep. The characteristics of these entities, including inconsistent naming, lack of verifiable registration, limited access to vendor documentation, in my experience, consistent with arrangements that warrant further inquiry, including whether such entities may be affiliated with the CEO, the CFO, or other. Yeah, I found 62 to 64 million dollars of money like this. There were hundreds of transfers out of Intrepid Studios to an account titled John Moore and his Bank of America account 6009. I don't understand why TFE does not want a third party to have access to the company financials if that is the best weapon against Steven. Okay, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. Here's why TFE doesn't want somebody to have access to the financials. Because the financials are in shit shape. Well, why are the financials in shit shape? Well, the financials are in shit shape because of Steven. Okay? So, why would I want, right? If I come down here and because I recoded it, right? Just so you're aware, this is me. I did this. I rebuilt this this entire ledger, and you can only see up to unclassified cash outflows, and there's like one more column. I built this entire thing. This is my forensic review of their ledger, and this is what I did in the military for contracts when contractors contracts wouldn't be reviewed for like 14 years, right? And this is balanced to the penny. So when we come over here and we look at meals, we have $307,000 in fucking meals. In 1 year, you spent $77,000 on company meals. Now, that's not entirely illegal, but let's go to the year 2022. So, business meal, $117 business meal that drives you into the red. Another $317 that drives you more into the red. You should not be expensing out business meals if you're operating in the red. American Express charge for $5,000. Deposit sales. Check at Milton's. Critical hit consulting. But we don't do marketing, right? DoorDash. Drizzly Inc. DoorDash. You spent more fucking time getting food from DoorDash. Delta Air. Where's the for what? Delta Air for what? This column is the memo column. So which trip is this? Every trip you take, there should be a trip report. I don't need... Okay, software. I gotta trust it's software. Amazon. You're buying computers through Amazon. Office supplies through Amazon. Dropbox computer and internet expenses. Dropbox should be classified as online services. Right? This one. Short-term business loans. From who? Computer and internet expenses. For what? You don't even have anything here. Sales. From where? Steam, Exola, WhoCommerce, Chevron, fuel. Why? Why are you paying for gas? Employee. Office supplies. What? DoorDash. Negative. Oh, you're running at a positive right now, so I guess that's okay. Rocket Lawyer. Why the fuck is a company that's 5 years into its existence that's dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars using fucking Rocket Lawyer? Right? John Moore, shareholder loan. It's a C corporation. John Moore isn't a fucking shareholder. If it's a shareholder loan, it needs to be documented with a loan agreement number. Rocket Lawyer is an online website that you can get legal advice. Check. Intrepid Studios Inc. Okay, so check. $700 positive. Unexplained inbound transfer. I put that. That's not a check. That's a deposit. Now you take the money out and you send it to the Bank of America checking account. That's not a check. That's a transfer. This right here created $700 of inflow and outflow when nothing came in and nothing came out. You're just moving money around. Chevron, fuel again. DoorDash. Deposit of $41,000 for software. What? What the fuck does that mean? A loan to Nutrition Inc. A loan to is $400,000. A loan to a deposit, a loan, that's a loan from. These fucking people. Trek Holdings, shareholder loan for $100. Trek Holdings isn't a shareholder. John Moore, shareholder loan, $2,000. Amazon, computers and equipment, $531 on the same day that $1,690. Unsupported transaction. What the fuck did you buy? Where is the simple tracking number? Let me go in and I'll show you what I'm talking about. When you buy something at Amazon, are you not going to give me the fucking... When you buy something at Amazon, it gives you this. So every single Amazon order should have an order number in the memo box. So every single time it says Amazon, there should be an order number there. That way, and I know it's a fucking waste. If you don't want to waste the paper, you download the PDF and you save it. And that way, when the IRS shows up or your accountant shows up, they say, oh, because what you then need to do is you get the computer in. An invoice number. Yeah, I don't know why Amazon wouldn't kick me out the invoice. Oh, I know why. I'm stupid. That's why. Because I just placed that order this morning. I don't have it yet. That's what the problem is. I grabbed one that's not been delivered yet. I need to go into my past orders. Oh no, it's the same. It's still order number. They've changed how they do it now. But the reason why you keep all the order numbers is then you have to download the PDF of it so that the IRS can come along and say, okay, were all those legitimate? And then if you bought a computer, you need to put a sticker on the computer and you need to say, okay, this was purchased property of Intrepid Studios. And then you need to, after that piece, you need to have a an inventory sheet of all the items that you have. So the reason why that they don't want, TFE doesn't want an outside auditor is because all this shit that's wrong was done by Steven. Steven wants an auditor with the authority to go through everything because Steven knows it will take an auditor fucking years to go through everything. And that delays that delays Dawson and the board from being able to do anything. Are these financials made available by TFE or Jason? They're made available by Jason. But here's the thing. They were made available by Jason, but I've personally confirmed dozens of entries. It is very difficult to cook a book that then stands up to RNG scrutiny. A receiver means the game has 0% chance of getting done. It means stuff doesn't get made public. Right. And then Steven wants somebody to be paid. Steven wants Robert Dawson to have to pay somebody that has the ability to file lawsuits against Robert Dawson. Who is getting those Amex miles? Didn't that CEO go to jail over personal Amex points? Yeah, you can, if the company pays for the ticket, unless the company has a policy that you can personally benefit from it, you need to make sure that the company gets the miles. No, nobody really gives a shit. Okay, what exhibits do we have from him? Oh, look at that. A completely blacked out exhibit. Totally useful. This is from his own brother. I am over the age of 18 and I am competent to testify. I am the founder and chief executive officer of 310 Nutrition. Stephen Sharif is my younger brother. He is approximately 10 years younger than I am. He is the founder, CEO, and creative director of Intrepid Studios, the company developing the video game known as Ashes of Creation. Stephen and I were not close growing up. Our relationship in adulthood has been driven in significant part by Stephen seeking financial support from me. Over a period spanning multiple years, Stephen has made repeated representations to me regarding the status, timing, and commercial prospects of Intrepid Studios. The launch of Intrepid Studios was imminent. The specific timeline varied over the years. That upon launch, Ashes of Creation would generate hundreds of millions of dollars. Ashes of Creation would be $1 billion game. On occasions when I would personally observe Stephen make representations of substantially the same character to other individuals he was pitching. Stephen is a persuasive and confident communicator. The polish of his explanations, the specificity of his timelines, and the confidence of his projections gave people who had no independent means of verifying the underlying state a reasonable basis. Because it's why would he have to approximate the age gap? Because it's probably like either like 10 years and 3 months or 9 years and 9 months. And remember, this is a legal filing. If you say 10 years, you always want to throw approximately. Isn't it true that you're really only 9 years older than him? Yeah, it sounds funny. Like I'll give an example. I am 46 years old, and for approximately 43 years of my life, I've communicated with my father. Well, what about those other 3 years? I was in basic training. I wasn't able to talk to him. I was deployed. I wasn't able to talk to him. By the time I add all of those things, yeah, I'm 46 years old, but I've only had good relations with my dad for about 43 years. The rest of the time I was sequestered. On June 30th, Stephen executed a promissory note in favor of 310 Nutrition for $1.5 million. Stephen signed in his individual capacity. Pursuant to the 310 note, they extend the line of credit. The outstanding principal balance is 1.1 million. Despite Stephen having signed, he has repeatedly characterized these advances having been made to Intrepid Studios. I separately incurred 10,000 in legal fees to have my attorneys prepare a contract that would establish my company as the exclusive merchandise seller for Ashes of Creation. He screwed over his own brother. In each of these instances, the pattern is the same. Stephen actively encourages a course of conduct. $1.5 million, signed by Stephen Sharif. And once again, as I talked about, who the fuck filed this? Who the fuck filed this? This is sloppy. Where is the signed copy? If you don't have the signed copy, you pissed away $1.5 million. But I have other records that it doesn't matter what the fuck you have or you think you have. Where's the fucking side copy? Yeah, this isn't binding. Where's the signed fucking copy? No, that wasn't blanked for public view. You can't white out in legal documents. You have to black out. They submitted an unsigned copy. When you redact, you have to redact in black. Because, besides, you can't redact. I mean, sure, you can redact anything you want, but why the fuck are you redacting the signature section? Like, you might redact the printed typed name, maybe, but why the fuck would you redact out the signature section? You literally just fucking had a document the page before. So all in all here, how fucked is Stephen? Stephen and John are fucked. Stephen and John are fucked a lot because they took money that wasn't theirs. I want to feel bad for Tim, but isn't he also MLM? Let me grab that one from YouTube real quick. There is nothing wrong with MLM. There is nothing wrong with MLM. There is a singular question that you can ask about an MLM product to know if it's good or bad. If you stopped recruiting today, will the company fold? If the answer is no, then that MLM organization is fine. The Girl Scouts of America are MLM. The Boy Scouts of America with their popcorn are MLM. Sensi is MLM. MLM is where you have a one-step MLM process. Where you run into the problem is where you start to have recruitment is your primary goal, not the selling of the product. And when I say that to people, they're like, all MLMs are bad. No, it's not sketchy at all. It can be sketchy. Here's the Girl Scouts of America. And here's the Girl Scout troop. And here's the Girl Scout. And here's mom and dad who take the forms to work. That's a perfect example of multi-level marketing. Girl Scouts of America, Girl Scout troop, there's a level. The Girl Scout, there's a level. Mom and dad take the form to work, there's a level. Where you run into the problem is where you've got the organization and they have you, and your time is split between selling products and recruiting people. And when you recruit a person, you get money, and when you sell a product, you get smaller money. That's the MLM that you don't want. The MLM that you don't want is here's the organization and here's you, and you buy the products from them, right? and then you try to resell those products. That's bad. Remember, MLMs, if all you are is selling the products on their behalf and you have no buy-in, you're just a retailer for them. MLMs can go bad very quickly. But the moment we have more than 2 steps, like I recruit you, yeah, any game with a referral system or a friend code is an MLM. Wow, Final Fantasy 14, they're both MLMs. They get you to sign up. Every one of the Stream Elements sponsorships that I do is technically MLM. There's a company, it reached out to Stream Elements. Stream Elements reaches out to the streamers. And I'm not saying all MLMs are good. There are a lot of them that are scummy, but some of them are fine. The MLM is like a shovel. By itself, it's fine. If used properly, it's fine, but a shovel can be used to kill your neighbor's dog and then bury it. It's about how you use it. Right. If anything, create another word for bad MLMs. The other word for bad MLMs is pyramid schemes. And that's where that one question comes in. If I stopped recruiting, would the system fall apart? If the answer is yes, it's a pyramid scheme. Because pyramid schemes involve getting more people into the organization. Sucks, but tis what tis is. So how fucked is Steven? Steven's pretty fucked. Steven likes to keep doing these victory laps where he says shit like, this case in Nevada was always meritless and it's been dismissed. Why don't you stop lying, Steven? Why don't you tell the actual truth? Why was the Nevada case dismissed? The Nevada case was dismissed because, number one, it was filed under first to file. Number two, I don't know if Robert Dawson had the standing to bring a lawsuit in California. Because remember, sometimes the law is restrictive. You have to be a resident of an area to bring a lawsuit in an area. 3, Robert Dawson did an awful lot of business with Steven. Steven did a lot of recruitment and financing down in Vegas. So what happened was Robert Dawson, first to file, filed against Steven. Steven filed in federal court in Southern California. I'm willing to bet Dawson knew he didn't have standing to bring a case in California, so he brought the case in Nevada. Steven files in California. Dawson counters in California, gets what he wants, and then he can dismiss his case without prejudice in Nevada. And now Steven will lose on his own case. I'd put it in these terms. Steven and John are potentially on the hook for criminal violations, potentially resulting in prison time. Dawson et al. Are going to be on the hook for civil and monetary damage and are probably going to lose large sums of money. Yes. If they have all the paperwork and accounts, can they have someone redo the QuickBooks properly, or is it too late? You don't have to redo the QuickBooks. There's no need. You would just start over with a clean set of books at a clean company. That's why they're trying to do a foreclosure of assets instead of an insolvency to bankruptcy. They don't want to make Intrepid insolvent because then, there's the right thing to do and there's the right business thing to do. And unfortunately, what's right to do morally is to pay the employees and to give them their 60 days of severance. And the right thing in business is to do exactly what they're doing. The problem here is until everybody turns on Steven, Every action Stephen Sharif takes hurts the employee's chances of getting any amount of money. The more money Robert Dawson has to spend protecting his interests. And I am not on Robert Dawson's side. After seeing Jason Karamanis very, very patient with Stephen, right? Stephen was very quick to submit volatile comments that Jason had made. Today we see a different side of Jason. I would be pissed off. Let me just say it this way. I've said things on par that what Jason said for a hell of a lot less than a $13 million investment. Like, people that I've invested in their stuff, and I'm down here in Southern Illinois, and they're up in Chicago. Like, look, motherfucker, you owe me a copy of the financials. If I gotta get in the car and drive all the way up there, when I catch up with you, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. So, send me a copy of the financials. Oh my God, he's threatening me. Yeah. So we will never see the properly done books to get a very clear picture. You don't need to see the properly done books. You don't need that. Let me just tell you, you don't need to see the properly done books. You can see the section that I did. And that's all you need to know. Because any which way anybody tries to do the books, right? This is the piece. This is the only category from the ledger you need to see. It's this category. It's anything in my ledger in the 9 series is fraud, waste, and abuse. This is what you need to see. Well, no, you'll never know what's done with the money because they're all blank entries. Steven's not going to come along and tell you what he did, but look at that shit. Are there not laws against keeping bad books to begin with? So would fixing the books now even get them out of some trouble? There aren't... There are laws about keeping bad books. But your books plus you have to be able to tell the story to the IRS to where the IRS is satisfied. That's why I would have zero problem working for Robert Dawson to look through everything independently as an individual so that they have somebody who's not Aaron Bartels or Ryan Ogden or Robert Dawson or Teresa Fetz. I would be more than happy to look through the tax returns and start linking up these entries, because what I can show you is that, right? And then forgive me for the moon view, but what you'll see is I have this down by the year. So I know every year where they had general suspicious activity, undisclosed cash outflows, unsupported transactions, Stephen Sharif related money, direct payments to Stephen Sharif, reimbursements to Stephen Sharif, loans to Stephen Sharif, personal expenses via Stephen Sharif, loans to John Moore, transfers to John Moore. Like, is this a matter of them using the money personally or being dumb, taking the money and paying things? This is them taking the money out of the company. This is like, there's payments to the guy that owned their house. There's 4 of them. There are 4 payments to Gore Oil Company listed in their QuickBooks. There is zero reason for that to ever happen. Period. Dot. Zero. Those payments are taxable. So not only is that corporate theft, but that is considered compensation that was not properly taxed and recorded. So that's a criminal violation. It's an IRS violation. It's securities fraud. So there's multiple silos that people could go after it for. I'm going to say something very shady. It's not how I would do business, and I'm not advocating this, but you really need to have your books in order when you're going to go through an audit You only really need to have your books in order when you go through an audit. So if they are a shit show 99% of the time and you spend a few weeks fixing them before someone external looks at them, you're probably okay. But you should never, never, never operate your business this way. Right. Like, my father got audited because my father had a very unique situation. My father lived above his store. So my father, 50% of all the everything was filed against the store. So my dad had a ledger, and it was a paper ledger. And he was old school. Black pen, red pen. My dad got audited. The IRS guy comes out, and I'm there. And the guy comes, he says, like, he opens up his laptop, and he's like, I need a copy of whatever accounting software you use. My dad hands him a green ledger book. And the guy looked at my dad and said, "Oh, sweet Jesus." And I said, yeah, my dad doesn't keep anything electronic. It's all pen and ink ledger forms. And the guy is like, the guy asked a question. He's like, well, you're writing off 50% of the phone, the landline. My dad's like, yeah. He's like, I have one phone line into the building. I have one that goes upstairs and one down here. So my dad's like, I talk to like my kids and my grandkids. I make phone calls to the doctor's office, so I just split it 50-50. And he's like, it's all marked there. It's the phone bill comes in and it's logged as the total, and then it's divided by 2. And then my dad writes 2 checks. Pisses off the phone company, but fuck them, right? The guy was there for about an hour, and he's looking at stuff. And the guy finally he shuts his books and everything, and he's like, you know what? This really isn't worth it. You're good. So I walked the guy out to the car and I said, hey, is there anything that my dad is doing wrong that you didn't want to say in front of him? Because if he's doing something wrong and you want to like tell me, I'll get it fixed. He's like, your dad's not doing anything wrong. He's doing everything directly according. So it looks weird because very few people do everything exactly right. He's like, but if your dad's not gonna put the shit on a fucking computer, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, right? We're not gonna fucking audit, like, we're not gonna audit your fucking old man every year for the rest of the time. It's like, I'm just gonna make a note in his file that he's a small sub 100,000 profit a year store, and he's old and he keeps everything in pen and ink records. He's like, but if you end up taking over the store, we're gonna kind of glare at you if you don't modernize. I said, no, my shit's all on computer. I said that just the old man doesn't use a computer. What Carthos said is correct. Your records only have to be good if you get audited. Or the other time your records have to be good is your orders, your records have to be good if you're taking in investors. Yeah, how much is on the line? It's not like there's millions flowing through the shop. Right, exactly. So, yeah, I'm sure the court will see that money went, where that money went after it went into John Moore's account. No, they won't. That's the problem. The court doesn't care where that money went, believe it or not. In the courtroom that they're in right now, the judge, Linda Lopez, does not give a shit where that money went after it went into John Moore's account. She only is going to care that the money left Intrepid Studios' account and went somewhere it shouldn't. The IRS does. Every dollar that John Moore took out of the company is untaxed income. So, what? Yeah, this court doesn't care where it went after it left. The next court's going to care. And here's, Carthos and I have played this one out several times as the game. Stephen Sharif fucked over his own husband. John is the one that's facing multiple counts. Love the big hair. Oh, dude, the hair is I had a guy with dreadlocks come over to me in Cracker Barrel the other day and say to my wife, don't ever let him cut his hair. Carthos and I have taken each side back and forth. Stephen fucked over his own husband. John Moore. Yeah, I went over the Tim stuff. That's so terrible what he did to his own brother. Stephen left John holding the bag. We might have to switch this up, though. John had control of the books. Oddly enough, you know what? Oddly enough, I think John was the CFO on paper and Stephen was running QuickBooks. That's what it seems to sound like in everybody's documents. Stephen was running QuickBooks. So this is all going to be a fuck ton of a bad day. Like, you can't make up how bad of a day this is going to be. We also believe that what Stephen was doing, Stephen didn't care about those employees. Stephen, it looks like Stephen has been holding out for some sort of deal. But you'll notice as soon Stephen and John are gone. To the best of our knowledge, Stephen and John are back in Virginia, where John is from. The employee said John acted much more like an office manager and he would whip out credit cards for stuff. I don't know why a CFO is doing office management, such as buying pizzas. Yeah. After a certain level of incompetence is achieved, it's indistinguishable from malice. Right. Evening Splash. So yeah, I feel bad for a lot of people. I feel really, really, really bad for a lot of people. But Stephen Sharif is not one of them. I don't feel bad for Robert Dawson. I do feel somewhat bad for him because he's out 80 million. But I don't understand the ideal. Like, if I was a former Intrepid employee, I'd be up that class action law firm's ass right now. I would be too. My question is, regardless of who the primary suspect is, shouldn't both John and Stephen be prosecuted as co-conspirators? Yes. But what you have, a really big problem you're going to have is John and Stephen can't be made to testify against each other because they're spouses. What you're going to have to ask yourself is, is the offenses they did, do they rise to a level that the state of California or the District of San Diego is going to want to prosecute them to make an example out of them? If there's no money to be gotten, prosecuting them is pointless. It's a white-collar crime. It has victims, the 210 employees. But unless they have money that you can seize, what's the point? I think Stephen is being a pain in the ass right now because he's looking for some sort of payoff. I hope Rob Dawson doesn't give him a fucking penny. Not a fucking penny. Not a single penny.
You have the right to remain silent. I know, but I don't have the ability. See? I can't stop talking.
That's Stephen's problem right now. They are going to have that privilege pierced. You cannot commit crimes willingly and claim spousal privilege. Yeah, but the problem is that then you have to prosecute them both. The only way that you can pierce spousal privilege is if you try them independently. And if you try them independently, you automatically create the reasonable doubt. You'll never you will never ever you will never ever win that one, because what you have to say then is we're going to prosecute Stephen and John in separate courtrooms. Okay? Well, then John just blames Stephen and Stephen just blames John, and because you can't try, I mean, in theory, you can try two people for the same offense, but then they can use that as their defense. Well, I don't know why you're trying me for this. You're trying John Moore for the same crime. It's really difficult to pierce through spousal privilege, because at the end of the day, the spouses are the defendants. You can't, you have to build your case on the idea that you have to have the enough to go to trial without them ever testifying. You could flip one with a deal. Yeah, but who do you flip in this case? Like I said, there's no money to get. I had such high hope for Ashes, but watching this crash and burn is entertaining. That's what a lot of us have said. A lot of us have said that it's devastating for the MMORPG industry, but we're getting our money's value watching the fallout. For me personally, there's so many people who are just believing Stephen and are disregarding the evidence they see with their own eyes because Stephen is telling them it's lies. We need a criminal court to put officially down that Stephen committed a crime and that he's the one that lied. And even if that happened though, Karthos, you know damn well there would still be supporters of Stephen Sharif. Stephen could get charged with 20,000 counts of wire fraud and people would still not believe it. Why does any of this matter if Stephen only owns 5%? That's your question. That is a great question. Stephen doesn't believe that he only owns 5%. Stephen believes that all of the debt to equity transactions are false. Stephen believes that because the debt to equity conversion was rolled back, that he's still in control of Intrepid. And even if that is true, then all that means is everybody just needs to convert their debt into equity. The only magical fucking way there's a way out of this is if Stephen somehow in these few months has gotten $124 million, well, call it about $160 million, and he can pay off all the creditors. But even if that happens, who cares? Nobody's gonna work for him. Who's gonna go work for Stephen Sharif after what he did? So that's something I was curious about. Do you think this alleged failure to sign the agreements from Dawson was Stephen stonewalling giving Dawson equity control of his company? I think Stephen not signing the warrants was because Stephen had because Stephen made up the capitalization table at one point. I think what had happened was Stephen had no fucking earthly idea what he was doing. Because remember, once you sell off the first portion of your company in non-dilutable shares, you've fixed the valuation of your company. You should never be selling off your company piecemeal like this with only one class of stock. Stephen didn't know who owned what. Stephen was signing documents that, like, you're signing a loan of $1 million at 20% APR compounding. I'm not a smart man, but I know that $1 million loan at 20% compounding is $2.5 million in 5 years. With all the communication between Steven begging Dawson for money that was released, I don't know how he's going to prove that he was coerced into it now. No, he's not. Oh yeah, Steven has given Dobby a stock. I love it. This is Steven right here, man. Steven sold stock to anybody. His own mother. Steven didn't care. Steven was selling shares of stock to everybody. Looking at all this, I say Steven is really stupid for not accepting Rob's offer to stay with the company and have no equity. No, why? Why would Steven want to stay with the company and have no equity? The money in a startup isn't in the salary. The money's in the equity. Steven is stupid because he lied to everybody. If Steven... Now he's in much trouble. He was in much trouble before that. He issued multiple types of stock, but the company and corporation didn't give them authority to issue multiple classes of types of stock. Why the Riot deal is just around the corner, guys. 2 weeks is all Steven needs. Right, and the Riot deal being the Square Enix deal, we need to hear about that. Well, now he has neither stock nor salary. Right. But he was taking a salary for years, but he told everybody he wasn't taking a salary. Steven lied.
You have the right to remain silent.
Steven lied to everybody.
Get fucking wrecked. Get fucking wrecked.
And they were offering him equity based on performance. Yeah, but here's the problem, right? They were offering him equity based on performance. He should have sold it to Riot for 300 million. Riot was never going to give him 300 million. That's why he has the whole middle thing blocked out. Do you think a company like Riot is going to... Do you think that Riot's buyout wasn't contingent on... Riot's buyout wasn't contingent on a review of the books? Riot would have reviewed their books. As soon as Riot looked at their books, they would have said, nope. Equity for performance is a common pay structure for higher ups. Yeah, but the problem is Steven had bullshitted. Okay. Say I tell you, I'll give you profit sharing at a restaurant. Sounds really good, right? Sounds really good. I'm going to give you profit sharing at a restaurant. Do you even understand that profit sharing at a restaurant can be terrible or amazing depending on where you are in the life of the restaurant? Profit sharing at a restaurant is great at about year 7 when all the kitchen equipment, all the base kitchen equipment is paid off. The building is hopefully started to be mostly paid off. But profit sharing in year 1, there ain't no fucking profits. Everything is leased. All these rentals are eating up your money. His performance was claiming a loan was net income. Right, exactly. Steven's problem is, in order for... Steven had told his partners he had invested all these millions. Right? He had never done that. How do you think they were going to respond when they found out he'd lied to them? According to Jason, didn't the board try to fire all the employees and move the assets to TFE and still have Steven lead the development without equity in the company? Yes. But the board of directors had no choice but to foreclose on the, well, okay, let me back that up a second. The board didn't fire all the employees. This is where when you're sitting with one person wearing multiple hats, it gets really fucking confusing. Robert Dawson, as creditor, foreclosed on the game, foreclosed on the loan, in exchange for the assets, which is the game, the technology, the trade secrets, all that. Robert Dawson just also happened to be the chairman of the board. When you're insolvent, as chairman of the board, Robert Dawson should have been looking at filing for bankruptcy. So Robert Dawson is caught in a conflict of interest. He's the chairman of the board, but he's also the senior creditor. He's also the majority shareholder. Robert Dawson, what he should have done, he should have had a proxy. He should have gone to the December 15th board meeting and he should have said, due to entanglement issues, I'm appointing Jalan to sit as chairman of the board, and he has all my proxy voting rights. And all these people start talking about, I don't agree with Jalan. And all he's like, okay, I call it to a vote. I vote 58% yes. And everybody else is like, well, we all vote no, but we're 42%, you're 58%. Jalan's the new chairman of the board. Now, let me put this up here. So what you have is, you have this board meeting over here. And Robert Dawson, as chairman of the board, he says, I have a conflict of interest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself. I'm going to put Jay at the top of the board. And then Robert's going to come over here. And now Robert is going to be the senior creditor. And Robert's also going to be the majority shareholder. Now, as the senior creditor, he can operate without entanglement. Because as majority shareholder, he and I have already agreed how he wants me to vote and what steps he wants me to take. So I'm over here acting as his agent, as his proxy. But because I'm the interim chairman of the board, I have to operate with fiduciary responsibility to the company. So what I do is I say, well, guys, since I don't know fuck all about what's going on with this company, around the room, tell me where we're at. And then what I do is I say, okay, what I'm going to do, recuse by proxy. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for all the financial information, and I'm going to adjourn the board for 10 days while I review this material. And they'll all start, and I just say, well, I'm voting with 58% that says I'm adjourning the board for 10 days. And by doing that, the board is powerless for 10 days. Because Robert and I have agreed to do that, but I'm doing something that's completely legal, and not only legal, but financially responsible. Okay? So now during that time, Robert, as the senior creditor, can foreclose on the asset, and the board of directors is powerless to act because I've adjourned the board for 10 days. So 10 days later, if nobody else is smart enough to say, we have to have an emergency meeting, I come back 10 days later and I say, okay, I've had a chance to go over all these financials. And I just play completely stupid to the other information, because remember, I'm the new chairman of the board. I'm not dialed in. I'm just getting caught up to speed. And I say, okay, I'm caught up to speed. And then somebody says, are you aware Robert Dawson has foreclosed on our assets? Yeah, I was going to ask. It looks like Robert has $22 million in debt, and he's called it. Yeah. Okay, well, somebody write him a check for $22 million. Well, we don't have it. Well, what the fuck? I don't have $22 million on my liabilities sheet. Then I look at Steven and I say, why the hell are there $22 million in notes payable, but not $22 million in liabilities? Because then I say, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're insolvent and we need to start having conversations about filing for bankruptcy. But before we can do that, let's meet with Mr. Dawson as a board because he's now our senior creditor, and let's figure out what he's trying to do. That's how Dawson should have done it. He should have recused himself by proxy with an agent who knew what he wanted to do, but also who would go in and have fiduciary responsibility to the company, but create that 10-day window, because what court is gonna say the new chairman of the board adjourning the board for 10 days to read 9 years of financial records, tax returns, payroll statements, and then in that time there should probably, show up to the office a couple of times, ask some questions, shoot some emails out. Hey, I got a question about this. You don't want to look like you're sitting around with your thumb up your ass and you're just sitting and spinning. Be like, I'm a little confused here, guys. Shoot out all the board members. Please keep in mind, please reply to all, because I need to roll these over to Rob when he removes me as the interim chairman of the board. But why the hell do we have 124 million in notes payable but only 2 million in liabilities? And just keep everybody else fucking busy chasing their own ass. Meanwhile, Rob forecloses on the asset and moves it clean. Then nobody's gonna say you're insider dealing. That's the other thing Robert Dawson is facing right now. He was chairman of the board, majority shareholder, junior creditor. Somebody is gonna say he insider dealt. The legal way sounds more sketchy than the way they did it. Right, and that's, it does sound like that sometimes. Because putting an agent in place with your agenda is sketchy as shit. But it happens all the fucking time. With that said, is Steven Sharif gonna go to jail? God, I fucking hope so. Are those employees gonna get paid? God, I hope so. Is using new investor funds to pay off old investors qualify as Ponzi? It is the textbook definition of Ponzi. If you are getting... First of all, you can't do shareholder distributions the way Steven did them. Those are illegal. There's no such thing as a shareholder distribution in a C-corp. You could do an owner's draw in an LLC or a partnership or a S-corp. But in a C-corp, the only way to take money and pay it out to shareholders is through dividends, and they have to be paid out pro rate. What Steven did is securities fraud. So, I'm going to get out of here because it's a nice day. I need to go for a walk, then I need to log back in, do my once human shit. I normally do that on Saturdays. If you guys have questions about Ashes, feel free to ask me on Discord. I'm Jalan. I'm in Nafis's Discord. I have my own Discord. So you can find me in a couple of places. The next time there's a lot of stuff coming out about Ashes, I'll cover it. I will put together a quick video on the PowerPoint, and then I will see you guys next time.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think